Yo, what's up, guys? Happy Thursday. RMX, JCN. Yeah, very much thank you for the assist. That was the really big assist. It saved a lot of time. Seneca, good to see you. Aaron, sorry about your summoner. Alan, Wallen, Rory, good to see you guys. Today we set up a file. This is kind of makeup from Monday. It's actually really good we did it today though, because since I'm at that kind of 5-hour limit on Mondays, I am curious to see how long we take to set up this file, at least in general sense, because it'll give me an indication of how I need to time things. So we'll see how long it takes. I'm pretty sure it'll take longer than 5 hours to get through 100 floors, but the least of my concerns at the moment. So we'll get in, we'll do the thing. Hope you guys are doing well. As the pin post today has, I haven't done anything with the bot commands, by the way. So if you guys still remember bot commands, I am still listing them down. I haven't had time to do the bot commands. I was just focused in on the music, especially with today. But right now, definitely let me know how the volume of the music sounds. Because to me, it sounded quieter than usual, but also it's hard to tell sometimes. So I am still trying to get a lot of the music back. That'll come with time, though. It'll take me quite a bit of time to do so. But we'll get there. When I hit... Oh, okay. Yo, what up, Stakes is high. How you doing? Welcome in. I hope you guys had a good day today. Pretty much spent a majority of today working on the music, because it isn't an easy process. I gotta set everything up, make them loop and all that fun stuff, which is fine. But, it takes a bit of time to do so, so... I think there's, like... Eyeballing it, there's, like, 50 or so songs I still have to work on. And to find them again and do all the things again, but... It's all good. It's all good. And I've added new songs to the playlist, too. Like, some I couldn't remember. I'm like thinking to myself, is there a reason why I didn't put this song on there? Sometimes it might be because of the YouTube stuff, but also, you know... I might make this louder in my ear. I feel like I want it louder in my ear. I know, like, I definitely needed to do some adjustments at some point because, at least to you guys, sometimes it was louder. And now that I could have the mixer do different things. But if it's nothing, it's like it's not really noticing anything, then that's perfect. That's the answer I need. We're gonna set up today to 150. Because that sets me up correctly on Monday coming up. Mr. Willowgreed.
Happy anniversary, Chief.
Yo, happy anniversary, dude. 36. 36! 3 years. And longer, too. I mean, what, like 3.5 probably, in reality? Amazing. Thank you, Willow. Thank you for your contributions to the community. It is much appreciated. There's something that spawned right here. Boop, boop, boom. Yeah, I think I want it louder in my ear. Why'd I have to kill something else? Let me make it a little louder in my ear. Okay, tiny bit louder in my ear. Anibos, come to me. Three years and I finally did Black Mage. Hell yeah! See, you bought your time. You did it at the right timing. Get that correct era of Black Mage to do Black Mage. No problem. No judgment, man. Gotta play the long game sometimes, you know what I mean? I miss Fizz range sometimes. Run around and hit buttons. I did like the Bard run too, honestly. Well, I like playing Bard. I think it's more that. The Bard run is the Bard run, but I do like playing the job. Outside of my head getting annoyed by the song rotation going enemy to enemy and making more sense once you get to the higher floors, but that's whatever. Can you die? Okay, good. Also started bar tonight. Yo, let's go, dude. You gonna go with the no resolution revolution? Wait, no resolution revolution. There you go. Hell yeah, dude. Let's compare notes, man. I'm doing it just because everyone else told me to do it. I'm a follower. Hopefully, yeah, same. No resolution solution. We can go with that one too, yeah. I would say more revolution because it's definitely getting advertised as like this whole thing. Revelation even could be a good word for that too. It's nice to hear the old playlist again. You know, when I was going through the music to work on them again, sometimes I just forget that I just really like listening to all these songs. Like sometimes like I get into like a really crappy mood, you know? And it's like I keep forgetting that just playing music that I really like puts me in a much better mood. Like I don't know why I always forget that's the case, but it just is what it is. So I was like jamming to some of the songs as I was trying to work on them. Oh, I forgot I had that button. Oh well. Oops. Did I aggro the... Nope. Actually, I need to, forgot I need to bring up the light a little bit. There we go. I need to have a light. I need to have my light brighter when I have the cam on. In a 90-degree weather. I need to get that chest. Okay. Nice steal. I think next up, by the way, for Bard, after Bard's Ninja. That was something someone asked. So Ninja will be next up, and then after that, I can take suggestions again. Because we have to get through both of them. Honestly, I don't even know what's left anymore for Palace. Unless I go to Heaven on High or something. Second win on such a weird button. Oh, right, okay. Is Lust under Paeon weaker than Resolution? Is Lust under Paeon weaker than Resolution? That is questions I cannot answer because I have no idea on math. Unless I just do it. So I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I mean, anything damage boosting will boost the damage, so, maybe. Why are there 3 of them? What the hell? Oh, this is actually not great. Is this the spawn room? Okay, it's the spawn room. Yo, what up, Snack? Again, how you doing? Good to see you. Okay. Flight. Do I check this room? Sure, because there's nothing here. It's a possible trap that I'll step on. Ooh, safety. Oh, he almost got me. Almost got me. Unfortunately, he was a second late. Some of these songs that are playing now are not what had to be recovered. I already had these, thankfully. But my convoluted system of doing my system files penalized me greatly, so oh well. Oops. Why did I forget you're gonna do a point blank? Pervy! Hey, what up, Pervy? Thank you for 13 months. Appreciate you.
Angelus Germanimate.
Appreciate you being a part of our community as well. Thank you for that. Hope you're doing well. We had a good day today. All my flights ready. Heyo. Good morning, Go Not Gently. How are you doing? Time for bows. Time for bows. What's up, Tridab? How you doing, man? I'll use this song in the next floor. Alright, let's see here. Safety? Sure. I'll have pitch perfect for this floor. Hooray. Yeah, sure, I'll shoot you by accident. That works too. I heard it partially, but did you lose a hard drive or something? No, I had to back up everything and wipe out my PC. The problem was the method in which I did it involved me going through the files individually as opposed to the folders, so I was just bound to miss something. At least I didn't miss anything. I mean, I guess you can say the music's crucial and the bot commands are crucial, but it is what it is. Like, it was just a simple, like, let me copy paste everything, then it would have been great, but I did not do that out of an abundance of caution. So I missed to, like, a couple folders that I needed. Also, like, I also did purposely, like, not take things with me. So, like, I don't really need this anymore, so I'm just gonna not take it with me kind of thing, so... Yeah, but it's okay. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I could have lost other things. Like, I could have lost all my OBS settings. I could have lost, a whole lot of other things, and then I would have forgotten about it. So, I mean, it could have been a lot worse, but it is what it is. No. I think we're good on that department. So, at least that'll be... That's not a concern. Your notification promise... Oh, did it? Oh, rip. I knew I forgot something. Can you... Okay. You what up, Cog? Sorry about your Dark Knight death on the carbon spit. We had a good day, though. I can steal now. I can shrink you. Not today, Monday. Today was just kind of like I'm back in Deep Dungeon, so I'll pop the cam open. But Monday I am planning to do Tokyo treats. Because that would be the time I need to do it. But we'll do it Monday. I'm so tired, I'm not surprised you botched it. It happens, man. I mean, it's really, really hard to not hit one button. When, like, that's one thing that's tough with the Behemoth and, like, something like Dark Knight. Where, like, you're used to doing a rotation. Even, like, mindlessly, you're used to doing a rotation. And then for the one very specific instance in a 10-hour run, you need to not hit a button. And it's surprisingly difficult. I mean, you know? Hey, don't hit this one button in this one time in this, like, this very specific moment. And sometimes you're thinking of other things, and then it's just like, boom, you just hit the button. What can you do? You ate food and now you're alive. Damn. Is that how that works? When I eat food, I pass out. What the hell? What kind of food do you eat to feel alive? Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, let me battle boys after Pitch Perfect. Great idea. Dej. Switching. Yo, what up, Colleen? Yeah, we got specifies whether it's an ability. Yeah. Hey, do 20, do 15 things. Oh, you forgot one? Oh, GG. Try again. Oh well, you missed the one thing. I think it's the one tiny detail some people take for granted or they forget that that's why things happen. Like, I've seen many people get down on themselves for, like, failing Behemoth. I'm like, bro. You know, just, don't go too hard on yourself. Behemoth is more than just hitting buttons. It's literally, it's like, it's just too many things happening to Behemoth. I swear, there's one time, like, I would love to like get into some dude who's like a game psychologist and like discuss the Behemoth push, you know, have this like very detailed analysis of what the hell the Behemoth push does to the mental durability, whatever word I'm looking for there. It's free. You hit all the buttons, anything's free. I think the last deep dungeon run I did, taking a break, I lost Paladin 1A because I missed an input. Paladin is sensitive. Paladin, I would say Paladin is far more sensitive than Dark Knight. I think it's the most sensitive of the four. Like, you miss something, you're kind of done. Because if you, like, mess up your entire clemency rotation for the 5 things, like, you are going to set yourself back in a really weird way. But then, what's weird with Paladin is that it's like, it's in a weird spot, because I think it's the hardest of the 4, because you have to get the rotation mostly right, where like the other ones you can kind of mess up and maybe pull it through. But then Paladin doesn't have too many OGCDs. Like, Dark Knight would technically be a little trickier because you have a lot of OGCDs, but also not really, because you only have to dump 1 MP load from the beginning, and then you're kind of okay, you can kind of use it later. The Paladin only has the 2 OGCDs, and like, you want to use Spirits Within in a specific spot. Outside of that, it almost feels like Paladin is just like waiting for things to get ready. But if you mess up anything there, you're kind of screwed. Warrior can kind of recover if you make a mistake, but you can't make that many mistakes. It has to be close to perfect. So heart rate monitor, but the brain monitor then? Yeah, the brain monitor, we can do that. I heard that they have tech now that they can record your mind when you dream, and actually I imagine it's AI that they construct a video of what you're dreaming about. Imagine if you use that for like what you're thinking about during Behemoth. Chaos. I forgot to press Hyper Potion my Warrior Behemoth push, and it cost me the full as well. Yeah, one big thing will just set you back. Like, you might get lucky with like ticks, but that's about it. So it happens. But like I said, it's not about Behemoth. Isn't just about hitting buttons. There's way more to Behemoth that needs to get factored in. That sometimes isn't even about the game. It's about you. You also don't have the mana to go long. Paladin has no recovery room. Yeah. Like if you mess up your MP, it kind of really goes south, like pretty fast. Hey, Confused, how you doing? I started my PoTD journey for Necron. Your machinist god have been so helpful. Thanks for everything you do for the game. Hey, no problem. I'm just happy that people are able to have some success and get some good info from it. So, but we gotta get you to the end. So keep me posted. Let me know how it goes. Some are curious how far people got in PoTD in Heaven's Fort. I think mine was 160. Mine was 160. Mine was 160 on Summoner. And I watched Titan get obliterated by this boss at 160, and I'm like, I kind of laughed. Like, oh, I don't know if this is gonna work. I just watched Titan get absolutely trashed, because I was relying on Titan as a tank the whole time. don't know if I still have the video. I imagine the video is probably on YouTube. I can't remember. That's the furthest I got. I got to 150 on tanks, but they didn't have that much damage, and I mean, I still have my my Heaven's Ward Warrior attempt, which was me doing Rage with Bloodbath because I didn't have any other way to heal myself. That was great. Do I have my 160 summoner? Oh. Yeah, let's go. There are reports of people higher than 160. Couldn't tell you. If there are, then there are. I couldn't tell you myself. I know I was eyeballing the leaderboard on and off. I couldn't tell you. So my 180 today was super clean and nothing of note happened. I definitely didn't stand in Tribus during the push or forgot to cast like 3 seconds because I couldn't find. Hey man, I lost this Bard run a couple months ago, or like a half a year ago, because and this was directly after our buddy Laura Laura Nitty raids us in 121. As I'm starting up the stream, I hit a landmine and then I immediately die because I forgot where my potion was because I just moved it. I moved the button into a different spot in my hotbar, and I didn't, and my muscle memory was still on the old one, and then I died. So, you know, it happens. Like, I had the reaction to hit something, and it wasn't the button I needed, essentially. Probably on JP. I mean, it's likely. Like I said, I mean, I'm not gonna deny or whatever. I mean, if I saw it, I probably would have remembered it, but I probably wasn't eagle-eyeing the leaderboard like that. And by the way, that was my whole thing in the beginning of Deep Dungeon, that this whole journey was going to be so unbelievable that I had to get it on video. So for me, I mean, not to say that it didn't happen, it's just I really was very fortunate and very happy that a lot of what I did was on video, so at least you can see it. You know, it's like, hey, just look at the video, it's there. And I don't know if people had video. Like, I wonder if people had recorded themselves and posted it up, even if they posted it late. I know for a fact that I was probably one of the first people to get to 190 solo. That I know, when Red Mage came out. And I still remember when Mr. Happy was looking at it in State of the Realm, because I had my video and I posted, and I got obliterated by Godfather on Red Mage. But they were like covering it because at least it was one of the first videos up there. And that, by the way, that was like one of my first, like, I think the first time I got to 190, it took me so long to get back there. I couldn't get back there for a long time. What up, Darth? Will do. Just hit around 70 Aether Pool and working on farming up potions. Gotcha. Makes sense. 160 was Heaven's Ward Wall. Even though stand a heal today can get spooky. I mean, it's still a big thing that I hope that, like, you know, maybe we can find out how we would do now with all the knowledge, but it's gonna be hard. Did I have the bomb chart when I cleared? Did I have the bomb chart when I cleared? I want to say no. I mean, I have my clear... I think I have my clear video up. Oh, no. I think I have the climb up? I don't remember. I want to say I didn't. I didn't do any of the commands. But if you remember any of them, just fire them off and then I'll note them down. But I didn't do any commands yet. Antiquarian, hello, it's you again. I just finished up Heaven on High solo now after getting my Necromancer about 2 weeks ago. Only EO left. Congratulations, welcome to that club. I got the t-shirt on the merch store, by the way. We got the Club Dodo shirt on today. Welcome to that club. What the hell? Welcome to that club. Good luck. Remember to keep dots up on bosses. No. It's not, Boolagin, it's not about keeping the dots up. I can keep the dots up. It's about hitting Iron Jaws. That's the problem. I think my biggest problem on Bard was always like, oh, I should have hit Iron Jaws 3 seconds ago. Guess not. I'll just do 2 GCDs to get him back up again. Can say personally, you can freestyle Godfather pretty well on range shots. All my bond prep left my brain the first time. So when when the bond chart didn't exist, the go-to strat was to always just keep the boss middle and adjust. That was my game plan. I mean, you knew when it was gonna come in for the mechanic. So it was always get it around middle and then just. That was my go-to plan. And now, of course, we know where it is, but... I always forget about Iron Jaws. I always remember it after the dodge drop, more specifically. Basically what I did since what I did low level. Yeah. It's a good safety shot. I hope my playlist isn't being weird and like favoring the old songs. Because it's playing all the new ones right now. Well, I guess old in relative terms, like the songs that I didn't have to replace. So effectively making that old now. Because it's playing. Basically, it's played all of the songs that I didn't have to replace yet. By the way, since I was last here, I lost around 199, and also just oh no, oh I'm sorry, Religion. Damn, you're getting there, man. You get there. I hope it's not taking your confidence a little, but you'll get there. I'm glad I still get to freestyle the floor 190 boss. Oh, I'm out. Oops. Since I don't know the science. What was your go-to strat? Did you get a strategy, Chidev? Like, did you figure something out on your end? Is it like a little bit of YOLO? I mean, I know the strategy I picked up was originally from Meiji, who was doing the corner to corner. I didn't have a strategy, so I mean, I wasn't getting to 90 as fast as the other guys were going. So by the time I was getting to 90 consistently, then I already had like something to look at. I don't know if it's me, if it's more me or the song, but it did touch on the song. Okay, so the one previous, or do you think this one is also quiet? Because I can bring it up if you think it's a little quiet. Because I'm not sure. I think the volumes are all different now, so if you think it's too quiet, if you think it's too loud, then I have to adjust them. Hopefully the songs will be all similar. You can barely hear it. Okay. I can bring it up a little bit then. Get off this floor and I'll do it. Yeah, I guess in comparison to the game sounds, it's like halfway. Alright. Do this one. It just isn't me. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Yeah, no, and I appreciate it. That's why I need like multiple feedbacks. You know, it's really funny because one thing I would take into account on a personal level, if I listen to a stream with my headset, it'll have a certain volume. If I listen to a stream with my wireless headset, my Bluetooth on my phone, the background sound is actually louder than the streamer. So it's like two different volumes, which is whatever. Let's make it a tiny bit louder. Oh, perfect. You know what? We can test the volume on this song. It's great. It's a great song. Oh, that works. Maybe a little bit more? Alright, let me know how that is. We did bring it up quite a bit. You know, noise-canceling headphones, so I'm always wary of that I hear different from others. Yeah, and that's right. I'll go with the majority, of course. Hog's favorite song? Absolutely. That's why I wanted to work on this song in particular. You're not sure you heard a change? Really? How does everyone think with the volume right now? Is it good, bad, didn't change? I mean, I did change it. I mean, you know, it comes down to what you guys are hearing, but I did change it. And I saved it, too. Can it be louder? Can it be softer? Can it be good? Fair could also be the particular song playing, but... Sounds like it's playing from my phone from across the room. It's not the same. So loud in my opinion. Okay. I'll go a tad louder. Although I'm looking at the... I'm looking at the gain, it almost looks like it's equal to the sound effects of the game. I'll make it loud though. We can play around with it. Maybe it's not streaming properly. That's also fair. I'm looking at the sound gain in comparison, so that's what I'm looking at. Okay, that definitely went louder. So let me know how that is now, especially with this song. This song gets hyped later. I might leave it on for a little. Now, my voice should be overpowering. That's one thing that should be happening. This sounds better? That sounds better? Okay, it could be this song too. But we'll go through a couple songs and see what it sounds like. Although you would imagine, I would imagine the 14 songs are going to be very similar. Like there shouldn't be too much deviation from the 14 songs. If you go from like 14 to like 7 or 14 to like 16 maybe. But the 14 songs shouldn't have deviation. I know I got a little paranoid about it too before, because I remember when we were doing Dawn Trail, the opening of Dawn Trail, I definitely had a couple people saying that like the music was too loud, and I'm like, what? No one ever said anything before. Why is it loud all of a sudden? But I'll leave it at this volume for now. And I'll also keep this song going because it gets hype after this part. Looks like the run I lost today got me back to 23rd place on the Astro Elite, on the Picto. Nice. Let's go. I don't have any other buttons. Nice. We probably also don't realize they have noise equalization on their thing when they say it's too loud. Yeah, and I have to go with the majority. Like, I have to go with the majority for it, so I'm actually gonna bring it down in my ear a little bit, but that doesn't affect you guys. I know I don't know how you guys feel, and try to have in Dart since you're in the conversation. I don't know, like, if you prefer the music in general louder than anything. I usually prefer music louder than the other sounds. Like, I'll hear the other sounds, but I kind of like, I could either equal or not. I know there are people that prefer it kind of the other way. But I guess more importantly, as long as my voice is louder than the music, then I think that's really kind of all that really matters, I imagine. Maybe that was the problem, was that my voice was not overpowering the other stuff in the game and stuff. Mimic Treasure Room carrying me to success. You gotta get those points however you get them, man. Also, RIP, Mimic Treasure Room. Purity. I mean, I'm comparing it to how I remember the stream song levels. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that too. I hope this saves. It should save. Rather than how you listen to music. No, that's fair. I was just curious if that was kind of like your maybe perception on it, but I know for me, I'm biased a little bit because I will prefer the music to be louder in my ear, which I can make happen and have it not affect you guys. Did you drop something? You did. Okay. But I said I remember music being louder. This sounds way more quiet. Like currently it sounds quiet, or like at least now it's better kind of thing. A notch higher would be closer currently. Okay. I'll play with it. I'm gonna go with it until like someone says something. That's a notch higher. I was on Mog Talk. I would have been on camera, but we had We had some issues, but I was on Montauk. Made 0 difference? Oh yeah, I'll make it a little... Okay, I'll do a little more. No change? Okay. It went from like minus 16.8 dB to minus 16.0 dB. So now I'm gonna bring it to 14.8 dB. $14.8 dB. Hey, I'm fine with that. Maybe shaming issue, no actual volume issue. I mean, like, I'm hearing it loud in my ear. Like, I can hear it louder in my ear. You know what I mean? Also, would be interesting if that is a streaming issue, but I don't know how I would possibly fix that. We can go to the extreme and hit it at max volume and see what then bring it down after that. That's also an option. Okay, let me go extreme a little bit. Hold on. Let me kill this bird, and then I'll go a little extreme. I'm gonna remember where I have it at, though. So I have it at 14.8. I brought it minus 5, so now it's 9.6. Is that louder? Like, I see it in my mixer, it's louder. If you say nothing has noticed, then... okay. But is that too loud? It's louder. But is it, like, acceptably loud? And also, can you hear the game sounds through that? This is good to you guys, really? Really? In comparison to the game sounds. So, like, it's closer to normal. So, would you say that you like it like this in comparison to the game sounds, or should we drop it a little bit so that you can hear more game stuff? Rage. I mean, I could spam Peloton all day. Lost. By 5? Wait, I'm trying to calculate this in my head. Would it be better that I raise the game sounds? Oh, okay. Wait. Would it be better that I raise the game sounds, or would it be better that I lower the music? This one was, I think, from you, but it was one of the ones I retained, JC. Raise the game. I literally did 5. Okay. More sound better than less sound? Okay. Yeah, that one kind of caught me. I'm like, wait, what's the difference? But, I mean, you guys are listening to it, so it's whatever. Okay, if it needs to be more, let me know. I'm gonna drop this in my ear. It's like, it's a lot louder than how I like it, but that's fine. Okay. Even better. Oh, okay, comboing the song. At least Bard is very spammy, so there's a game sound setting trouble. It would be more on my player though. So the music you're listening to is more my player than the game. It wasn't a volume issue? Gotcha. I think... yeah, no, that's fair, yeah. Man, so like... okay, so this is the wild thing too, right? My original, so my player... hold on. My player's settings were copy-pasted from the old... before the wipe. And I had it at like minus 30 dB. in comparison to what I have it now, and we brought it now down to -9. Like, we brought it so much higher, so... Oops. You hear melody now? Okay. Not just lyrics. Yo, let's go. But also to Emotional Penguin's thing, I mean, I could do something like that, like I adjust the equalizer too, on my end, but... If this sounds fine to you, then I'm happy. Maybe another 5% or otherwise fine right now. You're clearly audible. The music is slightly louder than the sound effects right now, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, I can make it up a little bit. Yeah, no, I have it. I do have it separate. When we were kind of troubleshooting it, like when you guys were saying that... So, like, I was essentially adjusting it globally. So, like, I can hear it louder, which means it should be louder for you guys. But like you said, it could be a difference with the stream in terms of how it's outputting the actual volume, which is... Wallen, what the hell is 5%, man? I need raw numbers, dude. I don't know what 5% of 60 is, really? At 3? Is that 4? Let's see. Let's bring it up by, like, 2. Also, I'm gonna bring BGM up. Oh, no. Don't play the BGM. Someone asked. Okay. Alright. Is the thing you juggle with most? Yeah, because I mean, like I said, I'm also looking at my games on OBS, so I can see like where my voice is in comparison to everything else. But ugh. I'm lazy. Oh, I could wait. I could lust. Lust. Are you level pretty good at the moment? Hell yeah, okay. We found the new normal. Thanks, guys. And just tell me as we go along if there's any adjustments and everything. Probably will take quite a bit to get there. But it's a good time to do it now before things get real busy, so... Oh, we're ready. Oh yeah, tomorrow, I was saying I was gonna continue playing every day we fight. Honestly, I might be leaning into trying a new game tomorrow. So you might see a new game. And I am not streaming Saturday because of family stuff. That's also part of the reason. Maybe I get to see how this new game feels and then see which one I want to go with. I'm tired. Can't turn you on the radio. Are we yet? Are we there yet? I'm hungry. Can you turn off the radio? Every road trip ever. That's fair. I gotta do a road trip one time. I haven't been on a road trip in a long time. Me personally, I find the game sounds a little quiet. I can hear them, but they're not super prominent. What's the new game? He Is Coming is the name of the game. It's again from Hooded Horse that just like drops me the code. So, and it does look kind of nice. You know what? You know what it kind of reminds me of Biff Tech in a way. It reminds me of Loop Hero, but you're not going in a loop. The graphics are very similar, but I believe it is a roguelike as well. I'll pull up the Steam page in a second. Alright, and a little bit more on the game sound then, let's do it. I'll bring it to a whole number. Did I say 3? Okay. And bring this up by 2. No. Not what I wanted. Okay, we'll go with that. Steam. He is coming. They have a demo too. Very positive. The thing released on the 14th. I couldn't get to the release day. I could have done an early thing, but wouldn't have been able to do it. But this game looks like it's something about it seems like I might like it. I want to give it a shot. If I don't like it, I can go back to every day we fight. But this looks kind of cool. Published by Hooded Force and developed by Chronicle. Okay, I'm gonna hit an ad here, 3 minutes, and then we'll continue the run. Our goal is 150 today. I'm also seeing how long it takes me for more scheduling reasons. So thank you guys for watching. And again, if you guys have, some of you remember my old bot commands, I have lost them, so I need to try to find them again. And it's okay if you repeat them. I'm making a list. And we're doing music volume checking, which is really thanks to TriDev and Darth and Wallen at the moment. But if you guys anywhere else feel like, totally have a comment. Like, if you feel like, actually, it's too loud, actually, like, I would appreciate it. Like, let me know what you think. Because, I mean, we may not get it perfect for everyone, but we'll find a right median for everyone. So 3 minutes, I'll see you. Turning up the game sound is like sleeping with a fan and a blanket. I sleep with, I prefer, like, game sounds like that to sleep to. BRB, guys, 3 minutes. You can see why it compares to Loop Hero, right? The graphics are very similar to Loop Hero. I don't know. I don't know if it's made by the same people. I didn't look, but I don't think so. Hanzu. Dead Anzu. Dead bird. No! Ripperoonie. Hate when that happens. Dude, I'm getting a little spooked by the thunderstorms that I'm having over here. Darth, I gotta get all my Pulse 1 back. That's one of the ones I lost. I have to redo all the Pulse 1 tracks. I'm getting a little spooked by the thunder because in my state there was like 17 people in my state that got struck by lightning. I'm like, ugh, that's a lot of people that got struck by lightning. It's like, okay, maybe I should care a little more. Okay, why phone are you giving me news that I don't need to see? Notifications. Oh, because it's Google. Okay, well, get that out there. Time to stay indoors. Slightly above average, yeah. And what's really wild in my area, I mean, maybe this is with you guys as well, I'm sure, but like, I will go from one location and it's freaking pouring. It's like crazy. It's everywhere. It's wild. Like, the rain is coming down so hard, and I drive like 3 minutes away and it's nothing. It's completely clear. Sometimes during the day, you literally are under like a blue sky. I'm like, okay, well, that's great. It's like you can't even like, you know, you have to prepare for the spot you're in as opposed to the day itself. And the ground is dry. Yeah, it's wild. It's very wild. See, I forgot I had that button. But it's hard to get struck by lightning when you don't go outside. It's harder to get struck by lightning when you don't go outside. It is, yeah. No, because like yesterday it was a big thunderstorm, and I was going from a building to the car, which was like way into the parking lot, and I didn't really think about it. I had my umbrella up, and then I get home and it's like, oh yeah, like 17 people got struck by lightning. It's like, oh, huh. That's not good. Okay, I'm out of here. Less than ideal. Okay, I'm glad all my Fire Emblem Engage songs are set, so at least I don't have to worry about that. Which Jason kind of helped me out on that one, but it wasn't the ones that got lost. It's a lot of the old Final Fantasy ones that got wiped. I mean, I will get it back. It's fine. It's just, why did I hit you? What the hell? Weird Dej. I come back to Loop Hero Mansion. I love that game. Yeah, I was just sharing a game I'm likely gonna play tomorrow called He Is Coming, which reminded me of Loop Hero. Not really the same concept, but it is a roguelite, so I think it's adjacent. But I don't think the graphics also look like it. But I did like Loop Hero too. Well, Loop Hero was like I got to a point where I kind of like did everything, so I moved on kind of thing. But it was a good game. Loop Hero stream, I don't know if I could play that game again, unless they did some big update. It's a game I already played, and I typically don't replay games very often, so... Did I fight the secret for... I don't remember. But this is the game, and I guess I'm advertising it too, kind of. But that's the game I might be playing tomorrow. I would say 90% chance I'm playing it tomorrow. Unless for some reason I can't, but 90% chance. I didn't redeem the code yet, so I don't think they would rescind the code. Right? Yeah, that's the first thing I thought about. And they have a cool feature when I was reading the description where I think they were saying it's an asynchronous multiplayer in a way, where like it is connected, I think, to the server at some point, and like as you're traveling around through the area, there's a possibility that you'll run into players that have died, and they have the gear that they died with, so when you have to deal with their AI. So someone could have been like super strong, and then you just run into them. It's like, okay, well, good luck. Yeah. Yeah, we got the code to that like a week ago. So I might give it a try tomorrow. Yeah. Papa, yeah. Yeah, my playlist is not going to any of the songs that I have replaced so far. But it's okay. Because I like these songs, of course, but I'm hoping that it would start test trying the new ones. So I gotta see the volumes on those. Wow. Best song ever. If I stream late, I'll have to tune in and see what's up, what's coming. Yeah. I'm interested. It has good reviews too, so I like that. You hope Part 3 doesn't... If Part 3 doesn't have bangers like this, I'm gonna be so disappointed. Well, I think I will be disappointed already if it isn't the same composer. Because if it isn't the same composer, I'm gonna be negative about it. So if it's still Hamauzu, then I think we're good. Because I don't think I've heard anything from Hamauzu that I have disliked, which is the composer for the remake series. It's almost like you know, going from expansion to expansion with Soken. You know, he's not gonna have the perfect songs, but at least you get an expectation, and a lot of the songs that he busts out are gonna be pretty good. That's how I would expect it if it's the same composer. If it's a different composer, that's gonna be rough, but I doubt it. That would be so weird. You come up with a third part and you're like, okay, different composer. Sorry. They do, but the main one was Hamauzu. Hamauzu is the one that did 13. But there's a lot of mixtures depending on the song. Like, a lot of the intergrade ones were done by someone slightly different. But I think a majority of them were Hamauzu, and maybe like he had a hand in like you know, a good chunk of them. So there's like it's like a certain vibe that you get from it. You know what I mean? Even if it's done by a different person, you still get like a very similar vibe, as opposed to it being like completely different people with their own completely different takes on it. Hamauzu and Suzuki. Finally working through... Hey, Rassius. Intermission before starting my first playthrough. Rebirth! Yo, I hope you like it. I'm gonna be playing through Rebirth once Part 3 gets announced. I got a code from Square Enix for Rebirth on PC, but I'm saving that bullet for a story refresh on my part. and I'm actually really excited to play the PC version. Because when I played the... I don't know which version you're going to play, Rassius. But... And even if it's the PS5 version, it isn't to say anything bad about the PS5 version, but when it first released, it did not look anywhere as good as I thought it was going to look. They did actually improve the graphics in a couple patches later after the release of the game. So, like, version 1.0 does not look... It looks pretty bad compared to, like, 3 patches later. So that's a big thing. But PC, I'm, like, almost salivating to see what it's going to look like with my gaming PC. Because we're going to have, like, everything max settings and everything. It's going to be great. So, I'm looking forward to that. And I think... See, this is what's going to be a tough choice. I think when I do my playthrough on PC, it might determine if I do part 3 on PS5 or PC. The biggest thing for me, it's like the haptic on the PS5 controller. Like, that was a really cool experience on PlayStation. I just don't know if that's gonna overplay the prettiness of the game for me. So, I don't know, I'll see. I think it'll be the determinant of which one I go for. I have not touched my PS5 in a very long time. Around 2027. I think they're... What's it, every 3 years? So I guess? I don't know. They have a they kind of have a schedule, which is kind of loose, but I'm not sure. Your PC... Well, mine is literally... It's literally just a controller haptics, Darth. Like, if we're talking graphics, then forget it. My PC's gonna beat out PS5 easily. But the haptic control with the controller, I don't know if you can achieve that on the PC. And that, like I said, that was an experience. I really like that. I really like the whole the haptics feature that the PS5 has. That makes it very special. But I don't know if that's gonna be strong enough for me to ignore a game that looks prettier on PC. This is gonna take me forever to kill this thing. Why do I always get rid of silence first? My PS5 isn't even plugged in anymore. It hasn't been for a couple months. I think mine is plugged in, but I have no reason to touch it right now. And that's why I don't have a Switch 2. Like, I'm gonna end up with a Switch 2 at some point, but it's like... I don't have a game I want to play on Switch 2 right now. I'm trying to remember if I've played anything with haptics using PS5 control on my PC. I know I haven't. It would be 16 or Rebirth for me, at least on recent history to compare. Can you use your controller on PC to get haptic feedback? I don't know. I don't know. Like you can tell me if it works. I just don't know. I'm completely blank, and that's why like playing Rebirth will give me the hands-on experience, because I just don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I've been huge on Pokemon Kick, so got the Switch 2 and... Ooh, nice. Yeah, that's what TriDab posted. What did you post? Games on PC supporting the DualSense controller haptic feedback and adaptive triggers. Remake integrates here. Ooh. Is this... Okay, I'm not gonna look through the thread fully, but is this like, are these after the fact or on release? Like, is it someone that mods it and adds it in, or like they bring it out with the game and that's what it already has? Because that would also be an interesting way of looking at it. It's like, oh, it'll come eventually. I mean, I'm playing on release, so I'm not gonna wait for eventually. It's either it's there or it's not. 14 has haptics? 14 has haptics? Cognitive National Television, can you tell us if 14 has haptics? Game supports it if you set up the controller support, it says. I guess when I play Rebirth, I'll see. I never played I never played 14 on a console, so I wouldn't know. I don't even know what the fuck a hop. Cognitive national television, both respecting and slandering at the same time. Look, man, you gotta cover all bases. I'm just saying. It should be mentioned that the DualSense features only work in wired mode, and you need to turn off Steam input emulation settings too from YouTube moments. Well, that's easy. I'm wired. Okay, I can't Bluetooth my PS5 controller because the Bluetooth on my PC is really the saddest thing ever. I need to be literally on top of my tower to be able to connect to Bluetooth with anything on my PC, unless I put like some dongle there. But I am the distance from where I am to my PC tower is about 3 arms length, and my Bluetooth cannot reach from that distance. I have to have the tower literally between my feet for it to work. So I'm not even bothering with that. It's plugged in. What is this hazmat stuff? Oh, the haptics? The haptics support on the PS5. It just gives more feedback. Like okay, perfect example. Final Fantasy 16 is playing right now. In PS5, you would get like a lot of different feedback, like if you're going through the menu, like a little like more detailed feedback on the vibration. Would be where the haptics would come in. And it's designed for like PS5 controller because PS5 has the tech in it. Instead of just kind of your standard vibration. And certain games have more detail to it because of it. And one of the ones in Rebirth, and since we had a buddy who's gonna get there eventually, I won't go too far into detail, but it had utilized the adaptive triggers in such a unique way that made me so excited for it. That's why I would be looking forward to having the ability to do so, if it's there. You forgot how smooth the version of Remake looked really nice on PC, and I think when I played it, it was on just my streaming PC. It wasn't even on the gaming PC yet, so. Became a $1 trillion company because of all the money they spent in haptics research, getting all their devices to feel like Apple devices. Damn. What if we wore a haptic vest when we're fighting Behemoth and those meteors drop? Do you think that would be a good feeling or not? Like, what would haptics feel when you take 80% damage? I think I got that in 14, I don't really know though, like I used wired not through Steam, don't know how it would feel if I didn't have it be able to distinguish. I think like if you take a non-PS5 controller, you can compare. Lots of shaking. You're right, Lost Trim. Remembering all those, the shitty Remble vest ads in gaming magazines us old men saw? What do you mean? I watched Ready Player One, that's not that old, what are you talking about? And actually, I've seen like Facebook ads talk about like the omnidirectional treadmill and like, you know, military uses like haptic vests or something. Not that old. Who the F has controllers that aren't PS5? People who can't afford PS5 controllers because they're so expensive. Hey, don't worry, man. I don't say hi in anyone's stream, so don't worry about it. I say some witty comment in the AFK for like 9 hours. My PS4 whenever I play 14. Final Fantasy 14, that's pretty impressive. A double 14. They keep trying to bring back Rumble Vests. They had ads for them to work with the Sega Genesis games, bro. You know what I remember trying to have? This'll date me. I still remember my local mall, which my local mall still exists. They had in the middle kiosk the Nintendo system where you had the eye and it was all red. I forgot the name of that. They were like showcasing it. I never got one, but it was there. I still remember that very vividly. Was it Virtual Board? Yeah, Virtual Board, yeah. Yeah. Had a whole kiosk and everything in the middle of the mall. Oh, those are days, for sure. I was talking about Necromancer attempts and mentioned him. He appeared 2 years and disappeared in the shadows. That's right. Yeah, I was running morning errands, so... Listening. Hell yeah, Kiyakis. The corner movie retail store bought one. They had it to play around with for the kids because no one wanted to rent it. Because it was expensive, right? I mean, they were trying to advertise it, but like, no one would buy it because it was expensive as hell. I never had one. I just had the standard consoles. Well, I mean, they weren't even mine. Like, my brother was getting them more so. I think the first console that I had actually wanted was maybe the Sega Saturn. Everything else was more my brother. He had the Nintendo, he had Genesis. I think the one I had was the first one I requested or wanted was the Sega Saturn. Sega Saturn to Dreamcast and to PlayStation. That was kind of the order that I went. It hurts your eyes so much after like 10 minutes your vision was red tinted for too long after using it, really? That's hilarious. Yeah, I don't think I had the fortunate chance to actually give it a try, even though they had those things. I think I probably was a little too young for it, but... They had one at Sears when I was a kid. Oh, Sears. The local mall I had a Sears for so long, but it's long gone now. Actually, you know what's funny? Is that the Sears in my local mall gets replaced by a Dave & Buster's. And my local mall used to have an arcade, closed, tried to get another arcade back, closed again, and now they have a Dave & Buster's. Which I imagine the Dave & Buster's probably survives because they actually did it right with the sports bar and food. So that probably survives the test of time. Which is great, because now I have an arcade in the local mall. PS1 demo disc with the free level of Spyro. I actually think I remember that. But I think my first PlayStation was probably PlayStation 2. Don't know if I had a PlayStation 1. Maybe I did. I think I did. I think I did. But I didn't get it on like release or something. I was gonna say, what the hell is the exit? Over. Okay. I only go to arcades whenever I wish, man. The arcades suck. I mean, in comparison to Japan, the arcades here in America are a joke, at best. Remember all the bag magazines being ripped apart so people could yoink the discs? Okay, one of the new songs I added in, finally. Good old Battle 1 from 11, which was thanks to it being in 14. Now that I think about it, I don't really remember any controller rumble at all when I'm playing 14, but it might be because I've had it so passively unrecognizable, and it's just part of the immersion, that I didn't notice it. I do know whenever I cue pause, my controller goes nuts. Yeah, when I did controller on 14, I agree with you. I don't really quite remember myself, but... Eating through by the foot to get Banjo-Kazooie cheat codes? Oh, the cheat codes. Wait, you're not dead? Oh, no, you. Remember the PlayStation demo disc that came with the game magazines and had like the first levels of 20 different games? I don't think I had that one. That I don't remember too much. I know when it's on Bluetooth, I have no rumble at all. Maybe that might be why too. Like TriDad was saying, like it's got to be plugged in. I know like I said, I can't do Bluetooth. It's impractical for me. Remember all the free AOL discs? I had a lot of those, but I did dump them a couple of years back, but I still had a bunch of those. When I was still in my I'm going to hold on to things for no reason phase, but that phase is gone, so... I literally, like, when I created my office space and I painted all the walls and everything, I told myself anything I didn't use within the last 6 months is getting nuked. So I don't have anything like before 2020 or something, except for something that I've actually had used. You need to do that rule. It's one reason but here's the thing. I don't really categorize myself as a collector. I don't really like collecting things only because I feel like it's a waste of time for me. I'm not going to enjoy it as much as someone else. Like, look, you can give me something that is a collectible. I'm going to appreciate it. I'm going to be thankful for it. I'm not gonna treat it really well. Like, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm not even gonna dust it. It's just gonna take up space. Like you know what I mean? Other people like who are collectors are going to adore it. I'm gonna be very indifferent to it. One reason I haven't made a step into the Magic cards, because to me, one, I'm not gonna play Magic the Gathering. Who the hell am I gonna play Magic the Gathering IRL? There's no one who will ever play those games with me, and I would do it for a collectible reason. But I mean, it's just gonna be lost to me because I don't really collect things. So, and if someone ever gets it to me, I'll be very grateful. I'll be very happy because I would love it. It's just, you know, I'm just not gonna spend my own money on it. That's the only difference. Why are you yelling? You're always yelling. Velvet, I require from you now. Well, not like literally this next minute. One of the songs that you'll make on your feature album that we'll all buy, by the way. Everyone in chat is gonna buy Velvet's album when she releases it. The name of the track needs to say, "Did someone say Monk?" That has to be the song. I don't know what the hell the song's gonna be about, but it's gonna be about "Did someone say Monk?" And like, we're all gonna understand what that is, and like, you know, your adoring fans are gonna be like, what the hell is this? I don't know, dudes, it's a banger though. That's what's gonna happen. It's a 17 month that happens to be all caps. Uh-huh. That's a likely excuse. A likely excuse. It just happens to be caps. What FFMTT car is it that catches my eye? I have no idea. I didn't look into it. Like, I literally have no idea because I didn't look into any of them because I don't have any intention of collecting them. So it wasn't something that I bothered with. I mean, if anything, like, I'm a big fan of Lightning. So that Lightning card would be great. Eventually? Good. Yeah. See, I mean, I'm not kidding when I say that. Like, she's the music prodigy, and you know, you're gonna see her on a game sometime making the music or something like that. Like, she's gonna have one. Gotta collect all the light. Are there multiple lightning variants? Oh boy. Oh, I guess there are at least 3 of them, right? Maybe. Or 2 of them. Here and there. Hell yeah, dude. Miss Velvet, I'm recovering my music, so if you want to have some music added in, this is like the perfect time because I am full focused on trying to repair my playlist. And I know you mentioned at one point you were going to do like shove your things into like YouTube, and then if you wanted to share any of them. Hey Hugo, what's up, man? There's 2 lightning cards with different art treatments. I imagine one is like the OG, and then the other is like the other is probably when she was in 13-2 with her armor thing. That is still low. Why? Wait, why is it low? That's so weird that it's so low. Like, I actually went and adjusted the volume and it didn't do anything. I think I'm just gonna adjust it later. In between floors. Thank you for shouting out Vivis. Vivis, how are you doing? It is good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope your stream was good. I hope 14 treated you well. Welcome in, guys. I'm Angelus Levinus. We are home. This is home. Final Fantasy 14 and Deep Dungeon. I've been hopping around doing some PvP, and we're doing some variety games tomorrow, but this is home base. We do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo here, so welcome in. It's a pleasure to have y'all. I thought this was a PvP streamer. Look, come back 8.0, you might see some PvP. I think I'm good with PvP for a while. Not that I don't like it, it's just you know, it did its job. I got what I got out of it, so I'm moving on. Good. I'm doing two things. We're getting Bard to 150, but I'm also seeing how long it takes me to get to 150. Like, I'm doing a little bit of a time thing on a casual run to see how, because I've adjusted my Monday schedule. I used to stream at 3 p.m. Eastern. Now I stream at 1 p.m., but I have a hard stop. So I'm trying to see what I can fit within a 5-hour period. But we'll see. It's a little experimentation. At least today I can go as long as I want to, so it's not a big deal. PvP is variety, yeah. You're right. Let's get the Cats PvP stream, you're right. This is home. This is home, man. You know it's home when I also put up the web camera. I think I have happily settled that anytime I do variety, we are without a camera. But I've always done Deep Dungeon with a camera, minus Monday, because Monday's weird, so. I can link you all the lightning cards if you give me permission. Okay, 1 second. Can I weave this in? Go be walking. Did someone say... Monday! Okay, you got 60 seconds. Try to make it count. Whoa! Lightning fast. Aha, see? Lightning fast. Oh, these are cool. I like the... See, I like the OG lightning. Oh, and the second one, Army of One, is nice. Because Army of One was always the ability that she had. Are any of those cards considered rare? Or common? Also, with the magic cards, for the magic card enthusiasts, this isn't like a limited time thing, is it? Because I know Square Enix likes their limited time BS. This is like a permanent feature, is it not? It doesn't really change my mind that I'm gonna go get it, but they're beyond rare. Myth, really? Oh, of course I would want the one that's rare. Why would that ever change for me? A lot of the things I fall in interest with is always usually either like some like unicorn or like just something that is just very hard to obtain or it goes out of style like because no one's using it. Like it's the story of my life. I guess I appreciate the difficulty, if you will. You can see more info and price. I'm gonna leave the tab up, so I'm gonna go with the RNG if that's gonna happen. I'm gonna go buy the cards themselves, like. They do. No, dude, that's so true. I got a keychain. I got a keychain for my keys. And I made a point that if I was gonna go get this one keychain, I had to make sure I get like 3 other items because I didn't want to deal with the shipping and make my purchase worth my time. Each art treatment has different costs. Gotcha. Oh, why don't I pull something? Not you. I don't want to pull you. You. Lower HP. I mean, yes and no. The set has a limited print run for the next few months, but the cards will be legal to play for a while. Oh, so the actual acquisition of the cards are going to be limited? So, like, okay, a year from now, Rassius, would I be able to get... Will I be able to buy a pack of those cards? Is Pitch Perfect AoE? What? Oh, Pitch Perfect's AoE? When did they make it AoE? What the hell? For $3,000? And once it's gone, it gets more expensive. It's the current in-print set, so they kind of keep printing to demand and selling. After the next set comes out, they stop new prints. Gotcha. Nah, I don't think that's tempting enough for me to care, though. What am I gonna do with the card? It's like, how I look at it is that it's going to be like a 50-year investment, that 50 years later, I'll sell that card for like $200 or something. In price over time. Used to be able to buy the packs in a year, they would have been printed in this run. Gotcha. Lighting is super exceptional and will fall out of favor due to power creep. Isn't super... Ah! I guess that's true. Like, it would, like, the pricing of the cards are going to come down to its viability in the game, right? I actually didn't really think of it that way, that the way you price the cards isn't so much of its rarity, but also its power level in essence. It's like the old school gacha, if you will. Viability in various formats of play really dictate the price. Gotcha. So many packs get open. Rarity doesn't mean anything for the price, about demand. World of Warcraft Pokemon? Neither lightning cards are that powerful, to be honest. Gotcha. Okay. So the main is entirely collecting, essentially. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I never really gave it that deep thought, but that's actually pretty interesting. Like I said, I never played the game itself. I never had anyone to play the game with, first and foremost. So that was kind of just out the window. Like, even when I was growing up, there was never anyone who was into that kind of stuff. I never learned anything about the game. Haven't played seriously in years. I was always like the one geek. I mean, there were like other kids that did play games, but like I felt like not to the extent of how I did it at all. Not even close. This is why streaming and with you guys is a very lovely experience, because this is something I certainly didn't have growing up. BB's probably gonna go for long-term card that will go up in price. TV cards, really? I'm sure they had to make it good for the anniversary. And I mean, it's probably a twofold thing, right? I'm sure people want to collect that card to begin with, aside from actually using it for the game. I recently started playing it online using only FF cards, made it to Diamond Rank. Ooh. Maybe ban eventually, wow. Ding. If only the other kids could see me now. I'm not sure about the big-time streamer, but we certainly have made people happy. That at least I can confirm. It's a humbling experience when you have people who in your local area have played 14 and they've heard of your name. I'll take that as a victory. I can see Vivi getting the old EDH Banhammer. What's EDH? Imagine that's a magic card. Is one of the formats. Ah, okay. Oh right, I have a jump back, which doesn't do damage. Okay. Playing where decks are built differently, gotcha. Okay, this is one of the songs I replaced as well. I think the sound volume for those songs are great, so I think we're in good shape with the volume. Thank you again for the volume check. I think we're good. I got the volume mixer for my level, that's really nice, and then you guys have your experience over there, so we'll take it. So I can't remember where we make has any haptic stuff. I couldn't tell you either. Honestly, like, having played the original and PC, I couldn't tell you. Like, Rebirth, I can tell you. But, in 16, I could probably tell you, but I'm not sure off the top. It's been a while, too. Vibration is working. Oh, right, that's AoE. This could be a little bad. The doors, the menu as well, like going between menus that kicks in and everything. Like, there's a lot. Yeah, the doors for sure, when you're raising them and you have to press the button for the adaptive trigger. Yeah. Rebirth has a lot of adaptive triggers. Because it wears down the triggers. That's fair. I mean, I'm not gonna play that many games like that, so I'll just enjoy the full experience. I mean, unless you're playing a lot of it, but. You think it'll be Reunion? I think that's the leading name for sure. Oh, I gotta be careful with Pitch Perfect, huh? Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Crisis Core has Reunion. You're right. Forgot. That's why it can't be. It'll be Reborn. That's it. It'll be Reborn. Completely original, never used before. I just made it. Hell yeah. Could have sworn it was Resurrection had been announced as that. Yeah, they definitely haven't announced it yet, but... See, look, I forgot Iron Jaws. Look at me. I had one job, I couldn't do it. One job. Damn it. You're right. One job. One job. Dude, you're gonna make me sound like I'm from New Jersey again. What the hell? Okay, good. I keep getting too greedy with Iron Jaws, which is arguably worse. I can fit one with... No, yeah, that's me and Iron Jaws in a nutshell. 100%. This is part of the replaced music. Nice. Yeah, all the Final Fantasy XIV songs sound great now, so good. I added 3 14 tracks or 2 14 tracks from what I originally had. One that I had originally not wanted to add, but I did like the song, and I'm like, you know what, we're putting it in now, so we'll see if it comes up today. Equally controversial as Be My Honey. If not even more. Sites. I'll take care of the Wraith. Oh wait, did I not get that off? Oh man. That sucks. Nope. Not out of here yet. Okay, an hour and a half, 2 hours to get through the first 50, so that leaves me 3 hours to get the next 50. It's not bad, but I don't think I could do it this fast on another job. That's the only problem. Well, I guess if I try hard, I could. Astro has to take 3 days. If I ever do Astro again, I need to split that to 3 days. There's no way I can do 100 floors in an hour in 5 hours. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Did a solo duty between. Look, I'm all up for solo duties. Astro scoring? Good god. If it's Astro scoring, then that actually makes it easier because that's going to be an easy 3 streams. This is 5 hours and 5 hours. Like, that sets me right. It's just having to just set up the file would be an in-between thing. Like, I don't know how the timing would work. Scoring is more like an actual set schedule. Guaranteed it from like 101 to 150 is 5 hours. Period. This big pull. Yeah, it's just more the once you start getting into 101, it really slows down. So I don't know if, like, again, with a 5-hour limit, I don't know if I could hit it. So I would probably just split into 3 streams so I can just make sure I don't have to feel rushed. It's only Monday that I have a actual time limit. Every other day I can go as long as I want to. Within reason and within my attention span. When one's likely get reckless, pretty dangerous, yeah. I mean, unless you have raising on. I go more reckless with raising on. Oh, that's an entry. Okay. Yo, what up, Raid? Come at me, bro. They're both sound. Oh, whoops. A little too early there. Oh, no. Alright, I'm gonna check the chest. Could use a steal. Or this strength. I don't remember what chest this was. Serenity, alright. Dun, dun, dun. Also, it's a good thing that a vast majority of the tactic songs were in 14, so I was able to pull a lot of them from the 14 files. I'm just missing one that I need to get from tactics that wasn't in 14. But all the ones I had in my playlist are all previously played in 14. And I wonder if, like... I wonder how many FF11 songs they're gonna eventually put into the game. Because they gotta bring in different ones. I mean, it has a lot of battle themes, so I would want to think they're gonna change it up, but I wonder which ones they're gonna bring in and how they're going to make it happen. Oh yeah. Well, slight downside. So what I would like to do, try it out. I want to do a stream with it, and then chat is my party. And then if people die, then GG, like, you know, too bad, you should have done better. But, like, you could be a part of the party, you can pick your job, and that's what I'm going to have to play with. The downside is that game is September 30, and I think that's, like, literally a week or two before Deep Dungeon. So I wouldn't get to Tactics until months later. But thankfully, I've already played the game, so it's okay. Like I'm okay with this because I'm not going to really get spoiled. Like, whatever. Like, oh, tell me about the story. Like, I already played the game. So it's just purely for the fun of it and the fact that it's a remake, so that would be my excitement. You do that with Darkest Dungeon, name your recruits. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Like it gives me a it'll give the unique experience of streaming it, you know? Like you'll never get this unless I streamed it, so that's what I want to go for. Well, no, I mean, you get new people after they die. Do a new run, you have new people. I don't know if I can part with my janky translation with the janky... I don't know if I can part with the janky translation. Is this a part of the charm for you? Well, you play, like, the new version, the updated version, so it'll be like a brand new game. I mean, if you want to go with the OG, then, you know, turn off voice acting and read it that way, I guess. Fortune? Sure. It's like good. There's another chest behind me. Okay, let me take care of you. Jack, come with me. I'm gonna go for a ride. Fortune again. Make sure it didn't drop anything. God damn it. Serenity. Nah, I'm out of here. 6 tactics. Gotta have my butcher to make do job. Gotcha. Smooth sailing. Smooth sailing, Mr. Willow. How goes it on your end? I think you're doing some DBD, yeah? Yeah, I was tuning in for a little bit before I had to go live. Willow the Black Mage, the Caster Prodigy. No. Even a better moniker. The Caster Prodigy. Velvet praise your slide cast ability. Hell yeah, brother. I seem to have a dog on me. Oh, Ana Rage? Lol. Okay. You did the most insane stagger kite on the keeper, LMAO. Oh yeah? Did he not touch you for like the entire encounter or something? Hey, I got my steal. I turned around and he was like walking around the corner and I stopped moving. I thought I got away with it, but then he aggroed. And I didn't have steal up, so he hit me for like 2k. Yeah. And then you schooled him? Oh, I love Bard no abilities. Oh. Boy, do I miss this. For Expedition. And I need a reason to do New Game Plus if I was gonna do that. I kind of feel bad I didn't get into the speedrun. I really was looking forward to trying to do those speedruns, but I just couldn't get my motivation to do it. Yeah, but at least you can survive kind of on tank. Bard can get a little spicy. You managed to fucking run for like 60 seconds regening. Hey man, when you got a game, you got a game. And you did. I romanced CL the first time. Never got to Lune. So that's probably the one reason I replayed there. Wow, this story gets better and better, Willow. I like this story, man. Keep going. This was one of the songs I had on priority to get up in the playlist for today. The 13 songs. You didn't want to know about raising? That's ballsy. You bought a Mimic No Steal? Wow. He is the prodigy. Okay, that looks kind of cool though. That's a cool animation. Never really used that button before. I actually kind of enjoyed it, but I'm also glad I don't need to do it again. I mean, new Black Mage is pretty fun, right? It is a pretty fun version of the job. Velvet, what do you think of new Black Mage in Deep Dungeon? Or have you taken it in Deep Dungeon yet? I might do a Black Mage Heaven on High clear when it's fresh, and then, but bro, Heaven on High Black Mage was badass. Like it was. I still will not forget how we handled a frailty floor in 91 plus and like 94 and like deleted 6 to 7 enemies in frailty. I'm like, holy, and like I think 3 of them were Kubinashis too. It's like, what the hell is going on with Black Mage? Yo, twice cast, what's up, dude? I like Blue Mage not for rating. Yeah, I think I'd be with you on that one, Velvet. Like, I cannot deny the enjoyment I had on Black Mage, even though it doesn't feel like Black Mage anymore. You know what I mean? But while I'm doing it in Deep Dungeon, I can absolutely see myself just disliking it in Raid or in any PvE content. Because the thing I liked about Black Mage was the whole idea of like figuring out where to do my casts and the difficulty of that. And now I would imagine you don't have that difficulty because it's more easier to manage that. You don't have to worry about kind of the details of the fight anymore. You gotta get clears before the GCD changes. Yeah. My very, very long-term goal is to do like 10 runs on every job now that I have Omni and record a clear percentage on each one. It was really fun when Willow when I did like a mini version of that with like Warrior and Machinist and stuff like that. That was a kind of cool thing to see on a personal level. I don't know what you mean. I haven't played Black Mage since 4.2. That's a long time ago. Might have to make this a smile now. That's kind of cool. Did I just miss the Grave Reaper? Triple cast isn't a damage game through Fire Phase anymore. It's killer for you. Gotcha. Also got my Stage Clear and a Light on the YouTubes. So I did one with 55, 56 you could pull and 150 potions. Nice. Very nice. We could use more Deep Dungeon VODs on YouTube, I think. Seems like one of the only jobs that's kept its identity and no major changes has been Red Mage. Red Mage hasn't changed, you're right, Gandalf. It really hasn't. They just keep tacking on a GCD every expansion. Your combo and your rotation just gets longer and longer, but that's about it. I've been playing Black Mage and OC a lot. I feel bad for those who loved Black Mage before, because the job is so oversimplified. Maybe not quite as bad as when they changed Summoner, but it's kind of shocking. Yeah, I can see that. That's the impression I got. Not that I took it in myself, but that's kind of how I felt. I kind of like it using it now for optimizing transpose with entering fight space. Not the same as Fire Phase damage game, but it's something. Red Mage will have a new finisher every expansion. I don't like it. Wait, didn't we just play this song? Why is my playlist replaying songs already? Hello? We have other songs. Okay, thank you. I mean, it's a great song and all, it's just I have other songs. That's why Blake Magic Divider is fundamentally broken in 14. The sap keeps clipping into the pointy hat. Don't worry, 8.0 will save it all, dude. The job overhaul coming in 8.0 will save the game. This game will be saved. It'll be the reborn of the reborn. What the? I did not approve of this. I love when I saw Black Mage's level 100 rotation, it completely ignores so many buttons. Or does it really? Everything's turning into PvP, that's what's happening. At the end of the day, if they weren't gonna do a job overhaul, you're just gonna see the PvP rotation and your PvE rotation. The 8 buttons, have fun. To drop another Bahamut. What's after gold? Platinum? Diamond Bahamut? Because you already had golden Bahamut, right? So you need a different one. Oh, well that makes my life easier. Just hope 8.0 changes a lot. Yeah, I hope so too, Miss Velvet. Aluminum? Solar? Oh true, solar is there. We do have a solar Bahamut. The PvP kits are already getting close to being more interesting. Are they though? I mean they added roll actions, I guess, so. Oh, so I hit alluring on 131, 141. Threw out a witching, and my mind was like, AoE Black Mage is something, Flare Fleece, something like that. Then I hit 0 MP and was like, I couldn't for the life of me remember the transpose button, so I gave up and went back to single targeting. Well, no, can't you hit Blizzard in 0 MP, though? Dante, thank you for the tier 3, dude. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for that big-time support. Wow, my alerts are so quiet as hell. I don't understand it. Maybe it's relative. Maybe it's quiet because we increased the music volume. I don't know. We would rather have PvP kits in Deep Dungeon? Really? Because of their damage output or because of what they do? I mean, it would be kind of interesting to run a PvP kit on Dragoon. That'd be kind of interesting. What they do? You just want to punt something across the room. That's what you want to do. You know, there was a time in Deep Dungeon where there was a knockback. If only I knew the power of the knockback at the time when I was running Deep Dungeon. But boy, having Fluid Aura and Blank in Deep Dungeon, that's a powerful tech right there. Chainsaw. Makes me think of Saw. Would you like to play a game? Hold up. Okay, well. You wish White Mage still had Fluid Aura? Which version though? Were you happy with the one that just did bind, or you like the OG one where it would actually push the enemy back? The OG with a knockback? Yeah. Man, I salivate over that because of like how much use that would have been. You know? Like it would have been so useful. Dude, I just want to use Wide Volley because it's a cool animation. Oh, speaking of PvP, that is one of the songs I now put into the playlist. I couldn't remember my reasoning why I didn't want the song in my playlist. I had a reason, so I put the song in. And you do not hear this song, I think, in this game at all anymore because Feast doesn't exist. Do I need Steel for Mimics? I mean, kind of. Not really. It'd be fine. He'll live. You don't hear the song anymore in this game. When I was running through the list, the songs, I'm like, oh, this song. Brings back so many bad memories. I think it's time to bring it in. I used to, when I did Feast, I used to know at what point of the song came up that I needed to watch the power-ups that were gonna drop in the field. That's how attuned to the song I was. I know, like, the first time I started considering Steel was, like, in 61. But, like, it was after I had used, like, a Demi-Clone or something. Like, I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just Steel for now. Because I have nothing else to do. I don't know if I want to re-strength. Maybe not. Wouldn't you rather have Recuperate than... I mean, on a practical sense, yeah, because you can actually utilize your MP. Rip the healers, I suppose, but the healers would be fine, I guess. Bro, I got interrupted. Oh, bro, I'm gonna die. I actually had to dump the resolution because I was getting too far interrupted. Wow. Also, dude, when I was running PvP this week, Recuperate felt like it was doing nothing, man. Like, dude, I'm hitting this button and I don't see my HP going up. What is going on? Oh man, the Feast song brings back some... It really brings back a lot of memories. I heard this song way too many times. Is anyone in chat believing that they'll put crits in Pilgrim's Traverse? Is there someone in chat that actually believes that they'll put crits in Pilgrim's Traverse? 0%. I'm with you, man. I think it's 0%, but like, God, I would be so surprised if they do. %, 5% crit rate for the crit rate. Don't believe so. Maybe they keep it in older deep dungeons. If they remove crit from the older deep dungeons, I don't know what's gonna happen with that. That's gonna cause a. I don't even know. That's gonna be a thing if they end up removing it from the old deep dungeon. They shouldn't. I mean, they shouldn't. There's no reason to change the old deep dungeon, but to invert direct hit and do 20% less damage, that'd actually be really interesting. It does the reverse amount. Without crits, Vuligin's like, I'm team no crits. Yeah, they did. Oh, you're not actually team. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I think it would be the weirdest change to Deep Dungeon if they actually just remove crits from Palace and Heaven on High. Like the first thing I'll think about is like, who the hell asked for this? Like, who asked? Who went to Yoshi P's table and be like, hey, one of the highest demanded things we need in Final Fantasy XIV is to remove crits from 9-year-old content. And Yoshi P's like, you're right, this is like a really big thing we need to do. That would just be surprising to me. Can you... God damn it, screenshot. Sorry, that's me. That's a Windows sound, that's me, because my snipping tool is annoying AF. Turn off all notifications for snipping tool? Yeah. Die. Okay. I think I like no crits in general, but the only Deep Dungeon has them, and the only way that has my least favorite overall design, so yeah. The only Deep Dungeon that has them is the one that has my least favorite overall design. I want Deep Dungeons to be preserved in history as it is. Like, there's no reason to change it. Why would you ever change it? It's fine. Just don't touch it. Work on the new ones. Don't worry about the old ones, unless you're gonna do Palace of the Dead Unreal or something like that. Then we can talk about it. Like, I mean, we're 9 years deep. I mean, there's no reason to change it after 9 years. Like, you know, unless you had some, like, bone to pick. Like, oh, we finally got around to this 9 years later. It'd be okay if they touched EO. Yeah, I mean, EO, I think, would be touchable, if you will. But Palace and Heaven on High are way too old. Like, leave them alone. And I'm not saying that because they've touched them. Like, they haven't. Like, they've never done anything to the old Deep Dungeons, but... If PoTD was just 100, 200, it'd be fantastic. The only way I see old Deep Dungeons changing, though, is to more stat squishes. Yeah, and that's not a direct change, right? So, with Ray Trace Crystal Caves... HQ Crystals? HQ Caves? Okay, I gotta hit an ad here, and we'll go straight into 101. Thank you guys for watching. We got 50 floors, we got 50 more floors to go, so let's get it done. I'll see you in a bit. BRB. Back in, let's go. Lay flight, good start. Wait, why did I hit that button? Okay. Hit this button. Okay. Strength. Crystals get bigger if you spam, imagine. No crits would make no steel 190, 100% consistent. Yeah. I mean, you would imagine that they would balance out the damage, though. So, like, they would probably increase the base damage, but it still would be far easier to predict when you're dying as opposed to not. You know, I'm still hanging on to the I'm still hanging on to that Famitsu interview, the one that we all eagle-eyed on, with them saying that it was gonna be more casual, less hardcore. Since we have nothing else to work with anyway, we may as well just stay on that comment. Why not? Because it makes me wonder if Pilgrim's Traverse is going to be geared towards more casual and less on hardcore in presumably the light party situation. What the hell did they categorize EO as? Was EO more hardcore or not? Like, I wonder. You know what I mean? Like, where does that put the other 3 deep dungeons? It's like, is Palace more hardcore? Or was it literally, like, literally in its own compartment, not comparing it to any of the deep dungeons whatsoever, and they're just like, well, in comparison to the rest of the content in the game, like Criterion and Raids, it'll be this. It's like, because then that's a really weird comment, because it doesn't make sense to me. Because I think we are looking at it in the mind frame of Deep Dungeon. But they could just be saying that in, like, it had nothing to do with Deep Dungeon whatsoever. You know what I mean? It's just, well, based on the rest of the content in the game right now, if you're this category of people, you'll think it's great. If you're this category of people, maybe not so much. The Omega Protocol was not going to be harder than Dragon Song Reprise, and it was harder. And that's where, like, it's weird, right? Because difficulty is still a subjective topic. And I mean, they didn't just, like, pull that comment out of their asses. I mean, they based it off of something. But I think statements like that are really hard to get an actual understanding out of, because, like, yeah, and it's like, there's no, like, you know, I kept sitting on that comment. I'm like, there's no context though. Like, you're saying these things, but what the hell is the context now? Because immediately we all thought of it in the context of the other deep dungeons, but they may not even be talking about it in the other deep dungeons at all. EO has a different approach. The mechanics are mainly focused. Once you get used to those, it's pretty easy. Then that's what I noticed. Once I knew the mechanics, things got easy. You can create consistency. If you knew what to do and you did the same thing over and over, you can be fine. But of course, if you had deviation from the plan, that's where it becomes a problem. And that's where it becomes subjective. But if you played the same every single time, you will get the same results, which you cannot do in Palace and Heaven on High. You can play exactly the same in Palace and Heaven on High, you will not get the same results. And we're talking, like, you know, if, like, let's say you play EO with 0 mistakes, you probably will clear. If you do Heaven on High with 0 mistakes and Palace with 0 mistakes, there's a chance you don't clear anyway. You know what I mean? It's because that's just how it is. It is what it is. Probably made a good point the other day. It may be more casual for format as designed, but that doesn't mean it's easier for solo. Yeah, and that's what it is. Like, they could just be talking about the format, and even, like, looking into that comment myself to Ether Bunny, like, they could be talking in context for that boss. Like, oh, we made a harder boss for the guys who wanted a little bit more difficult. But it could all still be within the mind frame of a 4-man party. Not even talking about solo. Which then, if you really, really look at the optimistic point of view, that is leaning into what Palace of the Dead was originally designed as. The Palace of the Dead was supposed to be challenging for 4 people, and it's like, oh, that's right, you can solo. Oh yeah, try it. You know, good luck. Like, have a blast, whatever, just go and solo. Like, that would be, like, the attitude. Which would be fun, like, which would be what I'd be wanting, so... No, Landslide is the name of the track. But it is Titan, you're right. I haven't spent as much time in there, but I felt distinctly different. But the Gods of First Force kept me from focusing on it. Precisely why I have no interest in EO, just a memorization check for one-shots. And that's fair! I mean, look, it's difficult in its own unique way. Thank you for the Prime sub, which I cannot hear because everything is apparently louder. Thank you for the 26 months, I appreciate that. It executes a different type of difficulty, which is going to be difficult for someone and not difficult for another person, which is completely fair. But I'm with you, Tridab. It's not the difficulty that I enjoy. You know? Like, there are certain difficulties that I will have fun with, and there are other difficulties in other games that I'm like, I don't see the point. Like, I don't get an enjoyment out of this one. Like, I think 16 is a really good example. When you did 16, like the regular playthrough of 16, and then when you went into New Game Plus, and New Game Plus essentially was the same exact game, except everything just had more HP. Like, okay, great. Like, I would have appreciated a different experience, but I mean, it wasn't really something that was enjoyable. The only reason I was doing New Game Plus was to get the achievements, that's it. It wasn't enjoyable. I think I had to because of New Game Plus. But, yeah, like... And that's the thing with me with Expedition 33. Is I think Expedition 33 is exactly the same thing, where like New Game Plus is just like everything is just more HP. But I didn't have to go into there because the achievement didn't ask me to, so I didn't bother with New Game Plus. I wasn't going to get a new experience, unless of course you had, you know, like Wallen wants to get a different relationship at the end of the game. I mean, there's a purpose there, but that's not a difficulty that I technically enjoy. Now you take something like Rebirth and Remake, where New Game Plus was hard mode, and everything was in fact harder. They had kind of more mechanics, and everything was trickier, even though you were at the, like, there was definitely a more enjoyment part of it, plus a reward system. You were doing it to get other things aside from just having the difficulty. So that also helped me really, like, I really looked forward to hard mode in both Remake and Rebirth. Rebirth, like, some of the other game modes only existed in hard mode. So there is, like, this huge incentive of doing it, but, like, again, something like 16 and Expedition 33, you just did it for the fun of it. So... I was talking about this COG chat earlier. I've said this before, but I think 41 to 80 is like 95% of the way there for being peak deep dungeon content. I generally enjoy playing those sets, but my big issue is that in EO, I generally feel like if I walk into 81 plus with half my pawns missing, I legitimately have high chance of still clearing. Most of us probably aren't doing this roguelike content because we want everyone to be guaranteed clear. It's working out how the clear despite the run. That's fun for pals and but like you said, with EO, it's kind of like you do the same thing every time to work out. Yeah, and I'm with you, Willow. I have definitely always established that 41 to 80 was a very nice set in EO. I thought the design of that was so good. Like I thought the creativity was well played out. But to me, it seemed like EO was made by 3 different people, which was weird. Like you had 3 different distinct design choices, not like a cohesive one. Where like I felt like Palace Heaven on High do feel cohesive with their design, not just the fact that it's separated by this, that, you know, with the way the floors look. Like it felt like a cohesive scaling of everything. EO felt like you had the 1 to 40 pocket, which was annoying AF. The scaling for the aphid pull was weird. I mean, you killed Twintania faster than the freaking 410 boss, which had, and Twintania had less HP, or like the same amount of HP, but you were stronger. Like that was just weird. And then 41 to 80 had the brilliant design of all the line of sighting and the cave floors and the enemy choices, with the exception of the debuff options in like 51 plus. And then you had the wide-ass floors in 81 to 100, with enemies that did wide-ass AoEs that really didn't penalize you that much. This is weird. It felt different. So... we love Expedition 33. I will not be doing New Game Plus, maybe a couple years down the road. I platinumed Expedition 33 without going into New Game Plus, so yeah. I have no intention of doing New Game Plus myself. You're not gonna download the mod to fight 3 Simons? There's a mod to fight 3 Simons at the same time? I would do that for content. That sounds actually kinda cool. Why do I keep having goblins spawning on top of me? What is going on? With Final Fantasy 16 music playing, did I just bashed 16? What the... How I felt about it and didn't do much of it? Yeah. I even feel like I have a problem with 11 to 40. It's just the lack of momentum from 1 to 10. Yeah. Yeah. Is it strange that the hardest hitting enemy in EO are the 41 plus brigands? Bro, when I was doing Slow Dancer, when I was doing the roguelite challenge on Samurai, Spriggans and the fish, the stupid pufferfish, the ones that did like just did a double attack, those were the two that I was the most scared of, because they just trucked you with low HP. Like they literally did half my HP for like one attack. It was insane. But that's only because I made it more difficult. Like, okay, even that, right? The thing I dubbed the roguelite challenge, honestly, I had a blast doing Deep Dungeon when you had no Aether Pool. Like, that was fun. But the work that you had to do it was stupid. And obviously, it would be like the least thing that they should do was to have a reset button for Aether Pool. But boy, if they put that in, that opens a lot of doors. Like, a lot of challenges can open up by having to reset your Aether Pool, like, all the time. That'll be awesome. But they're not, that's like, there's no way they're gonna do that. They'll be like, well, you could already exchange it. And it's like, that's not the same thing. 6-minute floor 10 fight. Ooh, shame. Yeah, yeah, dude. Floor 10 boss taking an eternity is so dumb. What if they adjusted EO that once you hit floor 7, the very first silver chest you get guarantees you a demi-clone? Would you feel better about 1 to 10? It would be kind of nice to be able to clear 0 out Aether Pool a bit easier and at least less annoying. Yeah. Yeah. But like I said, that's a feature that, like, I would imagine no one's requesting, so... Speaking of 16, I confirmed that the PC version haptics work on the... Really? Okay, so I'm probably never gonna touch my PS5 ever again. If haptics is going to exist in the PC version, then I just play on PC now. What if they just reduce the HP to proper values? No, Elvis, come on, man. You're asking too much, dude. What the hell, man? Yes and no, it solves the boss issue a bit, but really what annoys me most is when you get no items, no ability for 2 to 3. Willow Green. What did Yoshi P tell us? EO is like heaven on high, so deal with it. It has to look like heaven on high, okay? So it needs to give you no items on floor 2. There's a setting. Oh, there's a setting you have to turn on. Interesting. I mean, is +9 that much different than +0? I mean, you're not wrong. It's just, I guess, the authenticity of it all, I suppose, which is such a community thing for me. I mean, I guess, yes, it is. I feel like it could make a difference. Adapted triggers, at least in 15, or it's just 16. Yeah, I got you. My runs have been really lucky, actually. Usually no debuffs, so I haven't used many Serenities. That will change, though, since I'm walking into 71+. Well, 51+ would have been the debuff nasty. I mean, 81+ is kind of nasty with debuffs as well, but... I would say 71's not that bad, unless you kick Gloom on, like, 74+, then it kind of gets a little dumb, but... Leave it at +9, but skip all silvers 1 to 10. Well, 1 to 7. I mean, you need the demi. You gotta go demi. Tridab, did I ever tell you, or did you ever see when I tried to do roguelite challenge on Eureka Orthos? Which is one thing that fully, like, made me more angry about the demi-clone situation, about how much they manipulated the demi-clone situation. It was so hilarious to me. Like, I know Cog was talking about it earlier, that he never got demi-clones on his runs, ever. And in my head, I'm like, okay, but... that's not the results I saw, like, ever. And especially when we did the roguelite challenge. So, like, if no one saw me try to do And what I, by the way, let's dial this back a little bit. What am I defining as a roguelite challenge? Well, it was a challenge where, imagine unlocking Eureka Orthos or any of the deep dungeons and just being like, I'm gonna clear right now. Which means no aether farming, no potion farming, you literally just go in and try to clear. So 0-0 arm and armor, nothing, you just try to do it. So that was what I dubbed the roguelite challenge. We did that on Samurai, because Samurai could survive floor 10 boss with its healing and had some decent damage. When I did it, I think twice, that I was able to get past a certain floor, we got up to 50, floor 50, and my arm and armor was like 33, 32-ish, and my PB was 90. And from 51 to 90, my arm and armor ended up as like 38, 40. I had 33, 32-ish going into floor 50, and I picked up all of like 5 upgrades in 40 floors, because everything else I picked up was a demi-clone or it exploded. And it was just like this like huge eye-opening situation of like, yeah, this isn't what happens in Heaven on High. In Heaven on High, I ended up at like 50, 60 by the end, by the time I got to floor 100, when I did the same exact challenge. And when you're talking about EO is like Heaven on High, well, that part wasn't, because there was a manipulation on the drop rate for the demi-clones. A very clear manipulation. I feel like the starter problem would be substantially improved by just letting you keep Ether full even if you don't clear the floor set. So your partial progress counts for something at least, making the Ether full fragment drop more often. I mean, that would be a fundamental change, which I don't think is a bad change. Getting penalized for dying and then losing the Ether pool, you know, honestly though, Religion, that does sound like a fundamental change, meaning like, maybe that would be a thing they don't mind doing, but I bet you it's more complicated than just hitting a switch. Like, they couldn't just turn that on. It's like, oh, sorry, well, the system is like in such a way where blah blah blah. It's like where, it's almost to the effect where like, one of the coolest features that I enjoyed in Final Fantasy XI, there was a content in there called Abyssi. Abyssi was like this instance content where, under normal circumstances, you would get a token to enter that content once every 8 hours. And when you got in there, I think you had about a 1 or 2 hour limit. So like, you would go in, and there was a timer that's there for your instance that you could only be in there for 2 hours. And by the way, this was an instance that involved getting like a relic weapon. However, they had a mechanic in that content where if you killed certain enemies in a certain way, consistently in the same way, it would start dropping a chest that when you opened it, added time to your instance. And you could add like hours upon hours. And so your 2 hours can turn into like 24 hours, and you could live inside the instance for as long as you wanted, provided you did this kill method. And that is one thing where that would be cool, like you would get a chest where you could manipulate time. But boy, that sounds like a fundamental system that they could never adjust in the game, where you add time to an instance timer. Like, that will never happen. If they ever do that, that will be wild to me. But the only reason why you wouldn't see that is because they can't fundamentally do it with the way the game system is. Unless they make a completely different thing that doesn't involve the global instance timer that exists for this game. Also, your famous Magicite-free Warrior Heaven on High run? Yeah. Yeah. The lack of the Magicites, you're right. Doesn't BA have that? Does BA have that? I think BA has it, though it's like a set event, as opposed to, say, a chest drops and you manipulate time. Maybe you're right. Maybe, like, the system in itself can exist, but isn't BA in a way where, like, you have to just do a checkpoint and then it just adds time? Something like that? So it's like a preset thing. Or something like that. I could be wrong, though. I vaguely remember how they did it in BA. Probably, but they can definitely just do a substantial changes than they want to. They just did it for Fork Tower. With the queuing system. But I think, though, that's a system that already exists. They just changed what the original part was, right? Am I wrong with that? Like, it's just now, okay, you can now queue up her to make alliances. They already have alliances. I don't think that's really, like, introducing something new, per se. Make sustaining potions into a duty action button is desired for making Deep Dungeon more approachable change. I like that you can fail Aetherpool. I like that you can fail Aetherpool farming personally. You like the fact that it resets? Well, I think, like, you have to, at that point with the Aetherpool farming thing, you have to then separate what's more important between a party and a solo. Because I think the Aetherpool resetting on a solo is certainly more demoralizing than if you do it in a party that's probably going to clear a floor set in like 10 minutes anyway. You know what I mean? And you're probably only going to really get affected by that in the beginning of Deep Dungeon, not so much 3 years down the line. But then again, you have to ask, like, who's going to be the audience that's bigger? Is it the light parties that are doing it 3 years down the line, or is it the soloers? Like, unless you're doing roguelite reset, it's a very short-term issue. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that becomes something where it doesn't become a priority to do anything about it. Like, it needs to be a big complaint, but I don't think it is. And it sucks because I kind of agree that it is something that's annoying, but like, what's the priority? Being able to clear floor set solo literally kept me from exploring for like 6 years. Because I couldn't progress past the initial part. That's fair, and honestly, like Gulligen, I mean, during the different stages of Palace, I mean, I think you were right that there probably was points in time where it wasn't soloable. Now, I was able to solo it back in its first introduction. It was really hard, but it was doable. But I mean, there are strategies to do it, and certainly in present day, any job can do it. You just have to kind of like be a little strategic with the way you do it. EO though, I mean, we ran through that whole series in EO, seeing what jobs can, and there are jobs that cannot do 1 to 10 in Eureka Ortho solo if you're fresh. And then to your point, because your Aetherpool resets, you make no progression. Like, you're literally just hard stuck on 1 to 10 if you didn't level certain jobs, which sucks. I gave up in Heaven High originally because I couldn't beat 71 plus in Shadowbringers. Didn't come back to it for months. Rip Willow Greed. Like, I think with EO, you see a very big issue. And again, it probably is true that Palace had that same issue. It's just I didn't investigate it till much later. Or we didn't make a topic of it till much later. To be fair, though, they have made changes specifically to address the new player experience, so it isn't out of the blue that they might address the new player problem they may be aware of. Well, one, are they aware of it? Two, do they even know it's a problem? I think that's where, like, it's hard, because it's like, you know, we here in the community are very, very, very much face to the ground about, ear to the ground about the going-ons of Deep Dungeon and how people feel about it, but you're still a very small community compared to the grander community. Like, I still beg for the idea that they actually talk to the people who do the content to then ask them for feedback about what, you know. Like, I would like to think we can give very, very good feedback that is very fair to everyone. But I certainly haven't heard of anything. A sleeper agent? Please. I hope so. To the forums? No, to the JP, then to the forums. We need our JP contacts. The old rumor that they listen to the Japanese players more than anyone else. You know, and that is such a funny rumor, by the way. I've told this story before, but there was a point in time during the Feast era of PvP when they made a change, okay? And this was like during a very small era where the NA and the EU crew were actually talking with the Japanese side of things. Like, they got like better communication, but they made a change. Like some update to PvP, and like NA EU were like, what the hell is this change? This makes no sense. Like, no one was asking for this. And of course the common comment was like, oh, they must have done it for like JP meta, because to be fair, JP PvP meta, maybe even up to today, Ada was in here earlier, maybe he can confirm, but they do play differently than we do. Like, it's a completely different thing. But I still remember when they went and asked one of the JP players of like, hey, do you understand this update? Like, is it because of whatever like is happening on your side? And like one of the JP players goes, we have no idea. We thought they made it because of you guys. And it's like, great. So no one knows why they did this update. It doesn't make sense to anyone, but they did it anyway. So, you know, you can believe what you want to believe, but sometimes they just kind of make changes that they think is right when no one thinks it's like the way they need to go about it, you know? I mean, it's just a crapshoot. You just hope that they do it right, but they definitely have a way of doing things that they believe is supposed to be better, but then you go down to the nitty-gritty of every community to, like, see what's going on, and, yeah. You certainly probably get different responses. The famous macros for Party Finder that NA won't ever use, yeah. And everyone else uses? It's like the metric system, man. It's like NA just doing the metric system all over again. You know, we got, you know, our own system of rules and measurements that no one else uses, and it's okay, you know? Why don't you use Celsius? Well, why won't you use Fahrenheit? I don't know, because like 90% of the world use Celsius, so why not use Fahrenheit? It's just no different, it's the same thing. It's just funny that it persists to a video game where you could just equalize it, you know, but they just still do their own thing. Oh, I'm actually gonna... No, I'm not gonna get the speedrun, it's fine. I was wondering how fast I was going. Yeah, I mean, I'm still hoping for the best for Pilgrim's Traverse. It's just, I mean, I'm gonna see how I'm gonna play Pilgrim's Traverse. It's just I'm gonna be very optimistic about it. Whatever version it is, we're gonna make guides. We're gonna make sure people do it. I'll have my own opinions about it, but the best thing that you're gonna know if I like it or not is how much I do it. It's like something I tell people all the time. I'm usually someone who is like usually very polite. I like to be polite. I don't like to be like confrontational or something. So like if you were to cook me a dish and you were to tell me, like, you were to give me some food, you know, and you serve it to me and I eat it, I'll always tell you, no matter what, I'm not gonna tell you this food's shit. Like oh my god, you cooked the worst thing ever. This food is disgusting. I'm never gonna say that. You'll never hear it out of my mouth. However, if at the end of the day my plate is either empty or not, tells you if I liked it or not. If I wiped the plates, loved it. Doesn't matter what I say, loved it. If I did it, if like half of the food is still there, you know, there's like pieces all over the place, I didn't like it that much. And that I can't lie. Like I can't make that up. I don't do something that I don't enjoy, you know, but I'm gonna be polite about it. And that's exactly how you're going to see with Pilgrim's Traverse. It's exactly how you see with Eureka Orthos. Why am I in Palace of the Dead in 9-year-old content and not in Eureka Orthos? Well, it's just not as fun for me. But if I'm having a blast in Pilgrim's Traverse, then you'll see me in there a lot. Beyond the Omni-Clear, of course, there's a difference. Omni-Clear is the priority, but once that's all said and done, what happens after the fact? And not to mention, honestly, I will get manipulated by the content creation side of things. So if there's a high demand for something, then I'll do it because of the content. And that probably also makes it a little bit more exciting for me, because that is a goal I get to strive for. So I'm just hoping for the best for that content. And hopefully more podcasts. You guys really like the Mark Talk. So hopefully we get into more podcasts to talk it and kind of, you know, talk to different people and everything. So I thought the podcast did go very well. As it usually does, but, you know. Having to play Bard and Palace? I do like Bard. It's just the behemoth is the thing, but I do like Bard not as much as Machinist, but I like hitting all the buttons. Oh, I'm on out of here yet. Don't forget the onses and the ponses, yeah. Good old America. Wow. A very loud cat noise in my ear. Yes, but there's definitely been a shift in that thought process, because now people are doing it without the resolution. And doing the resolution definitely would increase the difficulty, but we're gonna definitely do it without the resolution and see what happens. Meow. Oh my god, the piss key. It just wants me to enjoy this song a little bit longer. Dedicated to Moonlight, which I do like a lot. Who is my guardian deity? Like the, I don't know. Can I find that somewhere? I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Is that in character? Could I just go to my character value and see it? I was worried about being able to do Bard on trial. Or like the lack of food or something. Character screen? I have to do it between floors. I'll take a look. Are you gonna judge me, Darth? And judge my decisions? No tincture option, the damage stats and food. Is Bard tincture or no? Bard is not tincture, right? Because you have to have the potion to survive. Oh, it is tincture. Oh, because, wait. You'll survive with second wind? Tincture unless you crit second wind? Wait, that made no sense. Wouldn't it be the other one? Is what Ross told me? You can do either. What do you want me to do, Ross? What science am I going to do? Use potion. Okay, potion it is. Alright. Now what's new, dude? I mean, Ross is outside with like a freaking like torchlight in front of EO. Ready to blow it up, so what's the difference? Thank goodness I asked. And you know what? It pays to get into random conversations sometimes. I did potion on trial. Sounds like it's tincture. Sounds like it's tincture time. No, I'll go with potion. We'll do it with the potion. Or I can just crit second wind. You're right. That would be the easy part of it. Or I can manipulate my healing timers, and I can get the regen tick correctly and make sure that the moment I get hit with a meteor, that I will get the regen tick perfectly on the perfect pixel. You answered it backwards. You can tincture if your second wind crits. Like, it's such a weird way of doing it. It's like, okay, let me wait till second wind. Did it crit? Okay, now I'm going to tincture. Like, you already lost some of your damage, didn't you? You thought he was reputable? Did you guys believe anything that Ross said on Mog Talk, by the way? Am I still using the flight stick? We are going to do it in PT at some point, but I have to get a couple clears under my belt before I can do a flight stick run. No. You did not. Okay, got it. Profile. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Profile. Here we go. Name day, third sun of the first astral moon. And we're, there we go. The Scholar. I'm gonna snooze the ads. I'll hit the ad in the next 4 set. We'll go in right away. You know, This is one of the songs that I lost on the PC backup wipe. So I had to redo this song and to find the tempo again. So hopefully it's the same tempo that I had before to match this to the what do you call it? To the T version. This is the original Brute Justice, except it's a faster tempo. Because the only time I actually heard this song was in T. I didn't hear the original. So I was used to the faster version. And I think I nailed the tempo. Sounds about right. It's about 20% fast, 21% faster than the original version. What's up, Ryuken? How you doing? The unique version of the song. Only I have it. Anytime I do hear this song like the original speed, I just think it's in slow motion. It's so slow. I think so. Anything with primals is tricky, because I think that might become an issue for YouTube. So I avoid the primal version. So any of the ultimate version songs are not in my playlist. Hilarious? Alright, Willow, have a good sleep, man. You have work tomorrow? Hope you have a good day. I mean, I don't know if it still does it, Slow Dancer, to be fair. Sometimes it's just very random. It's like one of the things where, like, playing Answers and playing Dragon Song from the lyrical version can get a little tricky sometimes as well. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, but... Ooh, nice. Okay, have a wonderful vacation. I hate the fact that songs played in-game can't get DMCA'd. It's effing stupid. It all comes down to the copyright and the labels that they're on. So one of the musics that you'll never hear on my playlist, Battle Theme to 7, Battle Theme to 8, Battle Theme to 9, Battle Theme to 10. Because those songs are so common, and for some reason they're in different labels, or YouTube gets angry at them, and that's very frustrating. Now, I could have other battle themes. They don't trigger YouTube, but it's just the dance that you have to play with the DMCA stuff. Like, here's another example. For a while, I had the Eden version of Don't Be Afraid, and a couple of the Eden songs because they were from FF8, and at some point, months down the line, YouTube started to complain. So I had to take it off the playlist. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna risk it anymore. Some of my Nier tracks got triggered on YouTube, but I got those disputed, so that's okay. But I still took them off. I still took off some of them from the playlist. So the songs that you're hearing on the playlist are very carefully catered, are very carefully curated. That I've checked them on YouTube, and they should not trigger on YouTube. They still could down the line, but you know. Boom, boom. Oh, this way. Oops. Oh, okay. I was gonna say my Peloton didn't go off. My jog went off though. I mean, it is a big appreciation when you play games like Cyberpunk, where they'll have their regular music, and then they'll offer a version that are for streamers and content creators, that they have a whole playlist that is definitely not going to strike on copyright. Like, that's nice. That's cool. Yeah. Zero Octopath 1. Because at least originally when I tried them, Rory, every single Octopath 1 song triggered DMCA. And I was trying to go through a situation where, like, oh, maybe the boss themes are okay. Nope. Every single one I tried triggered thing. I'm like, oh, come on. I love the Octopath 1 songs. I mean, I could try again. Since I'm introducing music again, like, I could try it again on a setup file, but yeah, that is the main reason you don't hear Octo 1. And then Octo 2, none of Octo 2 triggers. Which also, like, I was concerned about that, but never have I had a problem with Octopath 2. So... Streamer mode on games are so nice. Well, when we played Dune Awakening, they had a streamer mode, but then we found out that the streamer mode just didn't play music. They had a radio station in Dune in Dune Awakening that was gonna play like some of the very older tracks, some like the older like Sega Genesis type of like Dune games. But when you had streamer mode on, the radio station just played nothing. Like zero music, and I got so confused, and we found out that it's because that it's just like, oh well, it's part of the whole, you know, musics that are gonna cause issues, so they just blank it out instead of actually replacing it. It's so weird. Yo, what up, Fred? Oh, hold on. Angry Toad, one moment. Okay. What would you say is a general pro vs con comparison of regular dungeon versus these deep dungeons? Ooh. Do we want to narrow the field down? Are we going to talk about, let's say, equal level? So, like, okay, here's an example, Freddy Guts. Palace of the Dead is good for 1 to 60. So would you like me to compare a dungeon that is 1 to 60 to Palace of the Dead? Or are we talking, like, mega general? Like, Eureka Orthos to, like, a Dawn Trail dungeon. Like, how narrow do we want to go here? We won't play copyright music, which is apparently all of it. Yeah, exactly. And Darth, it never triggered YouTube. When we turned off streamer mode, and then we played the thing anyway, I never got anything from YouTube. So it was fine. It's just I don't know what the problem is. Simplified? Okay, so I would say you technically wouldn't do a deep dungeon if there is a higher level dungeon. So for example, no reason to do Eureka Orthos if you're like 91 plus, because you're kind of past the prime. Eureka Orthos is good for 81 to 90. Anything at 91 plus, you want to do 91 plus because you just get no benefit out of it. Now, if you're doing a 1-to-1, Palace of the Dead is really, really good for 1 to 60. And so if you do a 1-to-1 to the dungeons will always give better experience points than deep dungeon if your goal is only for experience points. What you get out of a deep dungeon is potentially gil, because you can get intuition sacks, potentially. But it's not going to be better XP. Now, back in the day, when like Palace was fresh, like it was the only deep dungeon, it was good because if you were a healer or a tank, you were likely going to get Qs very well. Like your Qs are gonna pop because healer tank were popular, right? So you would run the regular dungeons because that is faster experience points. However, for a DPS, it was good to run Palace because in Palace of the Dead you didn't have any roll restrictions. You could run with 4 DPS and never have to worry about getting in. So it was ideal for a DPS to run Palace because the XP would technically be faster instead of waiting on queue for like 20 minutes for something. So that's where the benefit comes into play. Of course, now you're talking present day when Deep Dungeon isn't quite as popular. Currently, although it's going to come into popularity because you have to do Palace of the Dead to get into Pilgrim's Traverse, like something to keep in mind. But I would say nowadays, like, you're probably better off still doing Deep Dungeon, especially when you have Mental Roulette, you have the general roulettes and everything. You probably get the same amount of time, like how long it takes you to get into a dungeon. So here, so to summarize it, you can get money out of here and decent XP, and potentially relic items if you are going for the Shadowbringer relic, I think. Or the Stormblow Shadowbringer relic. That's about it. Duty support with helps DPS queues if you're okay with a slow... Yeah, that's true. Oh, Jesus. Okay. New song, by the way, from Dissidia. I don't know why I didn't put this in. I feel like this got YouTube angry at some point, but whatever. I'll figure it out later. Yeah, no problem. Now, just to add it in a little bit, Freddy, just to kind of finish off the conversation. One thing Square Enix seems to want to do is to make Pilgrim's Traverse Deep Dungeon 4 something that is more approachable to the quote-unquote casuals. So you might actually run into a situation where everything I said actually doesn't... I got you, Darth. Actually doesn't apply, because potentially Pilgrim's Traverse is actually going to be really, really good for experience points for whatever reason. It's more approachable, more people are doing it, you can get through it really fast. Like, those would be like the key components why you would even do it. That it would need to be somewhat faster than a regular dungeon. So something to just keep in mind, that whatever I said does apply to the previous 3, but may be different for Pilgrim's Traverse. Of course, we're going to keep tabs on it, so, you know, you can always ask Mac to see what we're feeling, but... So in other words, put this in another perspective. If you have jobs at 91 plus that you need to level, the first month or two for Pilgrim's Traverse is going to be really, really good to use Deep Dungeon 4 as a leveling tool until people start getting tired of Pilgrim's Traverse, or they start finishing their whatever experience they want to be, whether they've cleared, or they got all they got all the glamour they want, or they got all the rewards they want. Unless, of course, Square Enix gives them more reason to go back in. Could be possible. Who knows? Did I get both of them? I'll just do one more. The dungeon is also designed to be optional side content. You never have to engage with it. Hey, Krishna, how you doing? There should also be story levels of... Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, what are the story levels for Eureka Orthos, right? Annoying. Easily my favorite run I've done. Is this my first bard attempt since Song Potency was removed? I think so. Oh, hold on. Someday we'll go into EO? When Pilgrim's Traverse kicks in. No, it's 7.3. They're gonna update EO. It's gonna be better. Give me a second, Krishna. I'm gonna pull up my channel here. PoTD Bard. Last time I did PoTD Bard, September 10th, 2023. So whatever that means to you. Technically, I did it also in August 2nd of 2024, but that only went to 121. So it's been at least a year or two since I've done Bard. So I think I watched Deep Dungeon content more than a year before I attempted solo. I believe that played a part in me clearing my 3rd try since I had most of the knowledge. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of osmosis that I hope happens for sure. Yeah, so like, the community-wise, the going strategy is to not have resolution, and it's just to go in. So, I mean, I have a plan. We'll see how it goes. Squadron up? Oh my god. Can you imagine they all of a sudden update Squadron and you could take it into Deep Dungeon? That would be so funny. Hey, remember Squadrons? Yeah. Guess what? You can use it in the Deep Dungeon 4. I just had a very interesting thought. But this would require lore that I don't know if you guys have on you, because I don't have the lore on me. So what if we are... Okay, Tridev was joking how Pilgrim's Traverse was going to be Eureka Orthos 2.0. Okay. So, what if in in Pilgrim's Traverse... I already played this song. In Pilgrim's Traverse, we have things that are similar to demi-clones, but the demi-clones in themselves, instead of like, okay, Eureka Orthos, the demi-clones came from clones of Une, Doga, and Onion Knight, who were present in the Crystal Tower lore, right? So what if the demi-clones instead are the transformation of the stupid bushes that the fairies have done, because they made so many people into bushes that they're just like random ass heroes that just all of a sudden show up. I don't know who they could be, but they're just like the freaking heroes of whatever. The old warriors of light or something. I definitely would have wiped Bard if I didn't have the song potency. That 200 potency was the difference. But they baked it into other buttons into the thing, right? So Harden, yeah. Oops, Warrior of Light. Squadron actually is better leveling 360 if you have them somewhat set up. Gim said if they do that, maybe you could solo the extra boss they mentioned. That's true. That would be funny. Have the guys step into the mechanics for me. Yeah. What's up, Gims? Hope you've been well, sir. Good old Danger Tech. Danger Tech also brings back a lot of memories. I was gonna say good memories. I'm like, well, not all of them are good, but we had some memories for sure. You know how no healing debuff affected mobs? Is the HP penalty debuff the same? No. It is not the same. You'll see it on the enemies, and it does not affect the enemies. That's only you. Stay tuned for 7.3 though. Because the no healing debuff that affected enemies happened in 6.3. It was like a ninja update. Well, ninja in the terms of like, it was a hidden update. So you might see some hidden updates in 7.3. That's how they nerf it? Oh my god, can you imagine? They just apply low healing to low HP to enemies. That'll be funny. The actually funny thing about Squadron is that they are using old job abilities, like Arcanist uses dots and Shadow Flare. Yes. They never update those, yeah. I mean, even the NPCs will still, like, you know, in quests and stuff, will still do the old things. The song's such a banger. Into another banger. Power Slash. What is that button that you had to hit every single time to do more damage on Dark Knight? Dark Side? I like hitting Dark Side every single GCD. Oh, Dark Arts, yeah. That was fun. Soul Eater? I miss old Dark because it looked cool. Didn't it have the bigger aura for your thingy, the red aura? It was bigger, but then they had to reduce it because it was too much apparently. Imagine using my buttons on Bard, couldn't be me. Wait, is there another one? There is. That was the one I was tracking originally. Was it animation spam? Oh, there was another one. I knew it. Get the strength, check the chest out of here. Oh, my food's out. I need to get more food. Yep, rip bitrate. Bitrate Dej. Is it bitrate or is it Twitch? Hopefully the stream didn't die though. Oh, it's dying, but it's not dead yet, so there's hope. How do I look pixelated? Do I look good? You know what? I should actually get this bronze chest. Who needs food? I have it sitting here. May as well use it. I think we're okay now, though. Twitch rate? It's so weird, because like, I want to check my speed when this happens, but then I'm worried that it kicks out, then that's different. It's dying again, so... It's at 1k kbs right now. Lace sights. The good old days. Oh my god, it's still trying to recover. Wait, what's new? Oh, nope. $360. What is this chest? Purity? I think it was Purity. That's a gold chest. Might be recovered. We might be good. This has been here. You don't hear it very often. This is actually from old Dissidia. This isn't even from NT. But this one is an old classic. I mean, we have 200 songs, Darth, with a really bad randomizer. So like there's definitely a chance you may not hear a song for like weeks because it just didn't come up. My list is now up to 210 songs on the list. Didn't do anything. That's funny. Bard OP. Okay, get the strength and off we go. This Nanka took a while to shoot at me, what the hell? I'm gonna check the bronze chest if it's not blocked by something. No, mean trap placement? Nah, it's okay, we got pixels. We only need a couple pixels. I'm glad we still have the metaphor battle theme, though. Sights. I do like this song. It's like the one song I like from Metaphor. I like how you appropriately made a cell phone wireless tower in chat, Darth. At least on my screen. It looks like it has a descending amount of words. Very nicely made. Like a reverse pyramid. The only problem with this song is that I keep listening to what's her face's thing yelling at my ear. Hey, 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 you're dying! Hey, you're dying! You should do something about it. I don't know if you can continue. You really need to heal. Oh my god, I don't need to hear this every time. Hey, yeah. It is like this. It is like that. That's Zelda, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Huh. If you don't get the sleep, you don't get the slow. Interesting. It is, yeah, but, I mean, she could just shut up once in a while. So. Once in a while, she can just shut up. Such a banger. It's a good song. It's a great battle theme. But you only hear that battle theme if you're in an advantage. It's a different battle theme if you get, like, snuck up on. I think I'm gonna get to 150 within 5 hours, which is very promising. And why that's important is because I would typically do Deep Dungeon on Mondays right now. Only reason why we're doing it today is because I couldn't do it on Monday. So we're kind of making it up so I can do a clear attempt on this coming Monday. But on Mondays, my schedule has changed from 3 p.m. Eastern, and we started 1 p.m. Eastern. But I have a hard stop like 5 hours later because I have to do something after stream. So I'm trying to see how the scheduling works and how we do the floors and how long it takes me. And if I can get it within 5 hours, that's really, really nice. Otherwise, I have to split it into 2 streams. It looks like I can get 100 floors and... I can get 100 floors in 5 hours. Very Persona 5, where the better battle song is when you ambush the mobs and when they versus when they ambush you. I think all battle themes should be good, okay? But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I still get weirded out sometimes when like the battle theme will change over the course of the game. Like I get used to the first one and then all of a sudden they changed it. Like, I don't know if I like that. And it's like you can't go back to the other one too. That's, I think, more that. Like you can't go back to the old one. You love all of Persona 5's music? One day I shall hear it. I don't know if I'll ever play Persona 5 though. I'll play Persona 6, but not 5. You're gonna probably aggro us, I'll just pull you. Wow, you really don't get the slow if you walk to sleep. Oh, did I not dodge? God damn it. You get interrupted left and right. Someday Atlas will let Persona 5 characters rest and release. Now, once they got enough money, they might do it. They gotta get all that money, man. I need to kill the beast on the next set. Refresh it now because the vulnerability is coming out. Okay, boss focus, we should be fine. 3% left. Don't need to heal either. Ow. Okie dokie. Alright, gonna hit the next set of ads coming out. We have 30 floors to go. Our goal is 150. Thank you for watching, guys. I'll see you in a little bit. BRB, and we'll go right into the next set. Alright, let's do it. Didn't hit that right. Fortune starts. Oh, that's AoE. I forgot Pitch Perfect's AoE. Persona 5 originally released in 2016, that's almost... Damn! And 14 is 11 years, right? 11 years old, 14? Just a little older than, Persona? Crazy to think about it like that. Am I in the water? Am I drowning? No. Well, yeah, I'm drowning. Okay, well, happens. I was thinking, are Square Enix going to do another MMO soon? I mean, I'm not the right person to ask. I mean, I don't think they should do another MMO in my opinion, but... At least not anytime within the next 5 years, but I guess we'll find out. I think if, like, one of them shuts down, maybe, but I don't know if they want to wield 3 MMOs. And certainly not in today's time when 14 is, like, in a weird spot. If 14 starts thriving again, yeah, maybe. But if this makes a new MMO, 14 would go into maintenance mode like 11. Yep. And like in its current status, like it'll be, I don't know if it's gonna survive a maintenance mode. Like it already feels like it's in maintenance mode and they're trying to keep it going. You know what I mean? Maybe they'll finally introduce a subscription pack so that you can get a discount when you have all of them. 'Cause that's one thing they still haven't done yet, right? You can't subscribe to both and have a discount. Man, would that get a lot of people paying into 11, but they don't do it. I would go back into 11. I want to pay for 2 subscriptions. Did they release more content in the past for this game in patches? What do you mean? Every patch has content. If that's kind of what you're asking for. It's just whether or not it's the content that you want to do is kind of where it comes down to, but every patch has content. It does feel that way to me as well. They got me wondering if they are working on a new game or just trying to milk this. Well, I know that there is definitely a feel where when Yoshi P was working on 16, that you had some sacrifice into 14. So I mean, it could be something along those lines. Maybe. I mean, I don't know what creative business unit is working on right now, but that's a thing that you can, you know, maybe consider as a thing. As in, is there a notice in less content these days than what there used to be released? So, pretty much what you're feeling right now, it's not so much the lack of content per se, Tada timeout. It's not so much that they are producing less content, technically speaking. There was a increase of duration from one patch to another, which I think started with Endwalker. That they went from a longer cycle than they used to. So that longer cycle, which I think added, what, a month or something between patches? I mean, now you're talking about having the same type of content, or the same amount of content, technically speaking, but now you have to make it survive an extra month. And I think that's what you may be feeling, or may be kind of noticing. That it may feel like there's less content, but technically there isn't less content. It's just you have the same content, just you need to, like the term was used, milking it more, because you have it for a longer period of time. Right, the innovation of content is for sure not quite there. That can be argued as well. That I will also back on. That I feel like the content is pretty not innovative. But I mean, for us, Deep Dungeon will definitely be a note of what their innovation was. I mean, they said it themselves that they feel like they've gotten too comfortable and they need to challenge themselves, and you wonder if that made the list for Deep Dungeon, or if Deep Dungeon will be during the time period where they weren't challenging themselves. They were lazy, as they said. Doesn't help that a whole lot of people aren't feeling the current story at all. I guess. I don't know. I like the story. I don't know. I think what was hard about the story was more like, I think it's a combination of maybe people aren't feeling the story, on top of it was really hard to follow up Endwalker, right? So, but I had set my expectation that there's no way that it was going to be at the level of what Endwalker gave, and I was happy with with what I experienced. Like, I will stand by this. I will still say it. I like Dawn Trail's story better than 16. Than the 16 story, you know? Like, that's where I stand. Not to necessarily say that that's a good thing or not, but I didn't really like the 16 story that much. It was okay. It was just, you know, I like Dawn Trail better than 16. I'll give the MSQ a chance until it's finished. I didn't like Stormblood that much at first, yet after 0.4 on the wards, I think it's some of the MSQ in the game. Okay. At least the villains in 16 were villains instead of becoming your friends. Yeah, sure. I'm definitely not gonna argue that. Like, to me, I don't... That's a part I don't care about. I think what I just didn't like about 16 was that it was just very much a very predictable story. And I did not like it that way. But, again, it's all personal preference, you know? Ow. I mean, I think it's funny because with JRPG stories, I think a lot of us may feel tired of a certain trope, and that may lead you into a certain feeling of a certain storyline. Like, I think I have rarely seen storylines go to when the villains do become friends. And I think every time I've seen that happen, I don't mind it at all. I think it's actually kind of cool. But if you've seen it a lot, then it could get very tiresome, which is fair. Like, I personally am tired, although I will not, like, stop playing the game. But I am definitely tired of the amnesia hero. Like, that is kind of, like, just... I've seen it way too many times, and it's like, okay... Okay, we'll just unlock your power at some point in the story when you remember everything that you had, you know? It's like... I get it. I mean, there's not many you can, like... To be fair, there's a lot of ways you can do anime stories and JRPG stories, and they've all kind of been used up, but still. Sometimes some of them get a little tiring. A little too old. Hey, Caitlin, how you doing? Good evening. Oh, god damn it. Alright, well, witching this. Not fond of the story progression tools used. In 14. You know what I think that's interesting because... Dawn Trail. I think that's interesting because what's really funny was I think a lot of my disliking... I'm gonna change this. I already heard the song. Okay. I think a lot of my disliking for, like, my not as happy part of 16 RMX is because the way they executed the story is pretty much how you would expect to see it in a 14 story, in a 14 MSQ, except I saw it in 16, and that's one thing that I really just did not like a lot. Like, I wanted 16 to feel like a unique thing, not to feel like a game I already played. Whereas in 14, when you present something like that, it's like, okay, that's what I expect to happen in 14, and like, I was okay with it, if that makes sense. Like I said, I had my expectations a lot lower in Dawn Trail, so that probably led to that, like me, like, kind of liking it, but... Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, the opinion, I believe, the grander opinion is that it wasn't too happy with the Dawn Trail story. Either carriers being too confident, so the story can go forward or stuff along those lines. I mean, that's like, it's almost like the general trope of, like, you know, the character learning and getting better over time, and they kind of level up, if you will, right? So it feels a lot different when you try to play through it faster as well. The slower pacing really makes it drag, which you gotta do for MMOs, I guess. Well, yeah, you don't have to. You can zoom through if you want to. Doing alright. Botched having a high in the 70s last night, and Palace of the Dead, 150 boss today. I'm not cut out for this. No, it's okay. It'll take some time, Kaylin. Don't worry. You know, every... What's the quote? It was the quote they had in, Every Day We Fight, but... Every failure is a new opportunity, something to that line, so... You get better by dying. You get better by failing. Just take them all and learn, and you'll get there eventually. I mean, 150 is still pretty good. And 70s is really where it starts kicking in for Heaven on High, so I mean, you know... It's all good. As long as you're gonna have fun, that's what's most important. Oh my god, I missed everything. You think 17 will be turn-based after 33? Okay. This is something I had in my head that I was thinking about, Killajolt. Because like, they did have an article that they were definitely inspired by 33, by Expedition 33. So, I mean, I'd put money that 17 will be turn-based. But I remember thinking to myself, man, at what point did Square Enix start playing back? Especially Final Fantasy. You know what I mean? They were always in front. Like, they were always doing something that was different and something that was definitely beyond what everyone else was doing. Like, at what point did they start now playing behind? So, if they're gonna do something, they need to do something that is well beyond what 33 presented to the table. Like, that's kind of what I hope they can pull off, because I know personally for me, 16 didn't cut it in terms of the innovation. Like, 16 was 16, but they tried to play to a wider audience instead of just being like cool and different. And the cool and different is what I get from Rebirth and Remake. Of course, their problem was that they made it a goddamn PlayStation exclusive, which definitely hurt sales. So hopefully, Part 3 is not an exclusive. But it's like what I wanted out of 16 is what I got out of 7 Rebirth. If that makes sense, you know. That unique experience, that thing that's like, I'm not getting this from any other game. 16 is like, the battle system for 16 for sure is like, okay, well I could play like a whole dozen games that are gonna be very similar to this, and then the storyline again, I mean, it was okay, but it wasn't one of my favorites. But it's actually really funny re-watching 16 because my buddy Sharply Dressed Man is playing through it right now and he's having a good time. And it's actually kind of nice going through the story as a viewer. But it definitely reminds me of how much like the story was definitely to me it was I think for me like the top stories for Final Fantasy were like 10 and 9. And then something else. I don't know. I guess maybe 7 or 8 or something like that. But I never played 3 to 6, so I can't include those into that assessment. Square's budget is too high for them to play it risky. Gotta do market-focused decisions. Yeah, but I mean, did it work though? Like, okay, they did do that, but did it work? And then you look at what Expedition 33 pulled off, right? So, we have a slight problem here. That's more than a slight problem, I would say. But ST is a small indie company, they just have Yoshi P and Soken. And the director for 7, so they at least have 3 people. Fraction of a budget, but they had good results. I mean, true, like you have to have a risk assessment, but still, I mean, I fully believe Square Enix has it in them. They just need to pull it out. Almost like what Yoshi P said, like they've been playing comfy. Like they have to challenge themselves, you know. Sees a heart rate at 0. It has concerns. I didn't install my heart today. Sorry. I have even less emotion than usual. Normally I don't have any emotions, now I really don't have any emotions. 9-digit budget means the bean counters have all the decisions-making powers. You know, the new president, right? Maybe the new president will be open to things. Yeah, well, I think there's a lot to say about what the hell Expedition 33 pulled off. I mean, I get it, you know, I mean, there's certainly a desire as the consumer that I want to have a good time playing a goddamn video game, but there's there's the reality of the situation. But you know, when I started looking into Final Fantasy ever since FF7, I always looked at Square Enix as like they're gonna bust out something real different, and haven't felt that way in a bit. Felt that way with Expedition 33. You know, like this is like I remember thinking like Expedition 33. This is how I would have felt the like 16. I think someone said it, not me, but like this is how I would have expected 16 to be. You know, this was Final Fantasy 16, not whatever they released before. And they had the same voice actor too, so I mean, you know. The same voice actor is there, so. Off the graphical edge? Yeah, I don't know. Game's still gotta play like a game though. Trying. Yeah. Well, kind of. I mean, it's still a very gorgeous game. I mean, you know, looking at Rebirth, oh, Rebirth was so gorgeous. What a one, and I can't wait to play that thing on PC. Once I get to that point. Hope the Bard run's going well. Well, we haven't died, so I would say it's going well. I mean, it's gonna be interesting on Monday when we have to do Behemoth, but we'll get there. And thank you for that. Hope you're doing, aside from your stuff, I hope everything is going well. Gunstar's a national treasure. He's so good and seems so genuine to have fun making game voices. He takes his job very seriously. He's a good man. He's got the best whisper in the business, man. But like 10 was mind-blowing compared to everything else. Rebirth looked amazing, but so does a lot of other games. I'm biased on Rebirth, so that's not wrong. I'm definitely biased on Rebirth. Like, Rebirth really... Like, to me, Rebirth was Game of the Year last year for me. Hands down. Not that I played a butt-ton of games, but... I thought it was just a fantastic game. From like beginning to end, everything about it. Which was also the same year 16 came out, and I didn't even put 16 anywhere near the top for that. I think Octopath 2 also came out the same year. I had more fun with I had more enjoyment with Octopath 2. Octopath 2 is one of my favorite JRPGs ever. I loved my Octopath 2 gameplay. Oh my god, it's another piss key. I did that one on stream last year, I think. What a great game. I mean, I really liked Octopath 1 to begin with, so I was very much looking for Octopath 2, but man, that... Octopath 2 definitely did wonderful things to improve upon the first one as well. I didn't hear anything about 12. 13 felt hard to get into mixed reviews on it. And 14 came to that totally bombs, rough spot. Real life story behind ARR's interesting game it was. So I made this argument that I understand that people dogged on 13 because it was too linear. And I made this argument of like last year, I made this argument where, guys, if you like 7 Remake and you like 16, you gotta go back to 13. Because if your only complaint was the game was too linear, then that's a poor excuse. 16's pretty linear. I'm just saying. So is Remake is very linear. And 16 is pretty darn linear in terms of its like entire story. And like if you're gonna argue that like, well, you can do side quests in the open world and it had like a really wide spacing, I'm like, okay, but you still basically had a straight line to run through. There wasn't really too many options to do that. I still won't forget how I had a spot in 16 when I was running down a staircase. And I tried to, and you could go to like the bottom of the staircase, but I couldn't jump off the staircase to get to that bottom. The game wouldn't let me. I got so angry. I'm like, okay, don't argue to me that this is open world when I can't do open world things. I quit 13 because you get game over if player character dies, not your... Look, it's the main protagonist, okay? Actually, no, that's wrong, because you had different party members each time, right? Or the year before last? Time is flying, Kalen. Octopath 2 and the Zelda game. I forgot. How does that go? The Tears of the Kingdom, right? The Zelda game. Couldn't remember. I didn't play it. 1.0 was so bad that I quit and didn't come back until nearly the end of Shadowbringers. That was real bad. I had a boss dogpile me 2 attempts in a row and was done. Sure. I had the collector's edition to 1.0. I did not have a PC to do it. Miss Alchemy, thank you for the resub. How is DBD? I gotta fix that sound. It sounds like shit. Yo, thank you for the 46 months. I appreciate it. I had a fun time watching all your usual TikTok videos at the beginning of stream. That was pretty cool. I hope you had a lovely time in DBD. And also, congratulations on your MA clear. Well done. Hell yeah, brother. Here's the kingdom. It was good, Yi. Thank you. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hope you've been well. Hope things are going well on your end. Hope you're... I know you're short. Dude, you had a 50,000 views short. Let's go. Nicely done. I think what's it like even higher than that now? That's what I wanted to hear. Oh, it's Mimic. Oh, speaking of 16, sorry 16. I kept bashing 16. I apologize. It was wild. I did not expect that. It'd be like that sometimes. You just hit the right timing. Or you get like the right person to look at it or something like that. I also had the collector's edition to ARR. Played day 1. My friend group was shocked my buddy managed to get a weapon upgrade somehow. Interesting. Oh, I found another Skatine. This is still a good battlefield. 1.0, 1.0. Yeah, I didn't have a PC that could play 1.0. Like, we had a bunch of my friends from 11 that were thinking about playing 1.0, and just none of us went there because none of us could play it. And I was still playing on a laptop at the time, so there's no way I could play that game. Biggest pile of dung you ever played. Ever. My one memory of a horrible launch, aside from Wayfinder. Wayfinder was a pretty bad launch, but I still remember when I played, I was still like knee-deep in Final Fantasy XI. Like, Final Fantasy XI was like the only game I was playing for years. And I started to break away a little bit, so I tried new games. And I played, SimCity, because I played SimCity when I was younger, and they brought out a new version from EA. And that game, when it released, it had like 4 servers. It was an online-only game and had 4 servers. Literally couldn't play that game for a week because, lo and behold, 4 servers apparently wasn't enough to hold all the players that wanted to play the game. Worst launch I've ever seen. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, is this how games release nowadays? What's going on? I thought things were just supposed to work. That was awful. And then it's... Oh man, that was just like the worst launch I've ever seen. Holy moly. Again, after being in a bubble of like in 11 for like years and finally trying some new game. Like, wow, I can't believe this is what new games are nowadays. Oh, well, great. Do I have steel? I do. Ooh, I have another steel. Okay. Had a bit of that. That was an embarrassment, yeah. Fun fact, SimCity had 0 online requirement. There's a JavaScript setting to disable online. Well, they never told us that, that's for sure. And I got Dead Space 2 for free, I think. I forgot, they gave like, and that was the funniest part. They gave like a game for free as like compensation, and it was like 2 options. So you can pick one of these 2 games. Here. Well, you had, I mean, 14 didn't have a perfect record themselves. I mean, Robin X, Robin Extreme, or Savage, and what do you call it? Shadowbringers was a mess. Was it Shadowbringers? No. Was it Shadowbringers or was it Endwalker? No, Endwalker was a mess. Endwalker was a mess. Yeah. But Endwalker was just another problem altogether. That's a different problem. I remember, because I was delayed on MSQ, I saw the line for Rabon. I ended up doing Palace of the Dead instead. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna run Palace of the Dead on Black Mage and Red Mage now. For like 3 days, and then it finally eased up. There's literally 0 reason for SimCity to be required to have online. As far as I know, EA Big League just forced them to do it. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be online either, and I don't know why it was online. I wanted to play 1.0, but it was waiting for the PS3 release, says Kaylin on YouTube. I remember standing in line for the front of Robin trying to get into that instance. Yeah. One of the most fascinating things in an MMO that people are willing to stand in line to make order when it's a game, but they're willing to create order like that. It's interesting. How was I supposed to sell you data? Reach of corporate meddling. I do wonder if there was ever a postmortem of whatever would happen. I'm sure someone did a documentary. You gotcha. I think I was a story skipper as well, but I just didn't do it fast enough. I remember Final Fantasy XI had a line one time, and I thought it was such a funny idea. Yes, this is from Pulse 2, the second Pulse album. And I keep joking, but I think it's going to be true that you're going to see Pulse in Pilgrim's Traverse. This seems, honestly, because of it being in Ilmeg, I feel like these are songs you would hear in Deep Dungeon 4. You know what I mean? Like, it checks out to me. Just be server first, yeah. Exactly. Have you heard of the new Primal version of the Dancing Green M5 song? No. I think they did release a new album, right? So no, I haven't heard it yet. I haven't heard it yet. I don't know what I was trying to achieve. Don't ask. Oh, thank God. I was like, I need to use a strength for the boss. And lo and behold, we get a strength for the boss. You hope they play that song there? Let's see. I would put money on the fact that Pilgrim's Traverse will have some Pulse 2 songs. Just don't know which, but I do have a majority of the Pulse 2 songs in my playlist. It was really funny when in Eureka Orthos that the songs they put in from Pulse 1, none of them were in my playlist except for one song. And basically I put in the songs I like, so essentially they put in the songs I didn't like in Eureka Orthos. It's amazing how I type totally wrong words and look right at it and not notice. You know why that happens? It's just because you're reading it, like you're thinking of the sentence in your head, and as you type it in, you're still playing back the way you originally read it out loud in your brain. And it happens to me all the time. I always have to read things like 9 times before I send it, because that's what's going to happen, is that I will literally be reading it as it's supposed to be put, but that's not what I necessarily typed up. So I try to catch myself and like I actually read the actual words. That's what helps me. It's very dangerous whenever I send a text message or any message at all when I don't proofread it beforehand. It's very dangerous. You've encouraged me to go back into Palace for a bit? Yo, let's go, Kaylin. Look, you got it, dude. It's okay when you die. It'll happen. Hopefully you can pick up stuff from my gameplay, because, you know, we've definitely got a bit of consistency on my side, but we're consistent, so it can be done. Like, if anything, what I like to showcase is that consistency and, you know, clear rate and doing it on X job, like, it's possible. Might make it look easy, but at least you know it's possible. And sometimes that's enough for some people. That was the original whole thing with Deep Dungeon. Like, when the first tank started to clear and the first DPS started to clear, a lot of times we never saw the video, or like we never saw the actual, you know, evidence that it was done other than looking at the leaderboards, but just knowing it was possible gave enough people confidence that it can be done. And that's how we started breaking down the walls for all the jobs. And sometimes with this content, it really is that simple. When you see that it can be done, you can see that someone is capable of doing it. Sometimes that's just enough for someone to work with, which is one of the coolest things about the content. Hell yeah. You got a good amount of videos to study there for sure. Oblivion Remix #1 banger. God, that all, like, I didn't even hear that song that much and it already brings back like bad EO memories. It's so funny. The good thing is that Palace Power loss earlier wasn't viable, as I started 51 and just used it as part. Oh, hey, that's all good. Extra practice, you know, never hurts. All right. Just as my seal goes off. Okay, I'm gonna stand up and stretch for a little bit. So I'll hit the restroom, I'll move around, hydrate, all that fun stuff. Thank you guys for watching. We got 20 more floors. We are going to 150 today, so we'll see how that goes. So thank you everyone for watching. Ads will go out, and then we'll come back when the ads are finished. So BRB. See you in a bit. Right. I didn't put a BRB screen here. I forgot to put it on my stream deck. Okay, BRB. Alright, let's get these last 20 in. Within an hour? I'm on a time limit, but I'm still kind of curious if I can get this within 5 hours. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wallen. Time for the white floors. No, I already heard the song. I heard the song already. Ah, Tsukiyomi. Yes, this is a good one. Thank you, Kaylin. I appreciate that. You know, this song definitely has a lot of good memories for me, because this was when I went to E3, when E3 was still a thing in 2018, and they had the Tsukiyomi trial during that event. So this was the song that I heard all the time, and it has a lot of good memory. Good times. I mean, aside from being a fantastic song. Plus. Ratchet was pushing back on claims that EA forced Maxis to include the always online requirement, or that the company was trying to take players' ability to control their own games away, saying its fundamental vision we had for the Sim City. Why did it need to be online? I forgot the reason why it needed to be online to begin with. I'm sure we only need 4 servers, it's fine. For a global release, 4 servers will be enough. Stop playing songs that I've already played. Thank you. I'm trying to test all the songs in my playlist. Literally played that song 2 songs ago. It's the only thing I really hate about my playlist. That there's no way that, I mean, maybe if I look deeper into it, but the randomizer it's like, okay, 210 songs, so it plays song number 1, so it adds a 219 chance to play the next song, and then it goes to song 2, and it's now, again, a 219 chance to play the song. It's not 218, 217, it doesn't do that, it just plays, like, I hate that. Maybe I'm doing it wrong, but I don't know. XM play, because it has to be this, or I don't know what else, because it has to play OGG files. So I only can have so many options. Like, I would have loved to use iTunes, but they don't play OGG files. I can't. I have to do at least this is the one I landed on. It has a great interface and everything. So yeah, but I looked into it. The only option I have was like the option was like random last play bias, which maybe I need to look up, but I'm pretty sure I don't want that. But it almost feels like it is on, because there is some bias that is playing or something, I don't know. I mean, I got so used to like iTunes the way they did it, where it was just, okay, it'll just run through the playlist and then re-randomize. I kinda wanna fight for this room. I have a game just went on sale on Steam. Going Medieval. Oh. If you didn't know, if the enemies have a low HP under 75%, they will not aggro, except Proximity and Pals of the Dead. They're a little special. Hey, thanks for the follow. Why are my alerts so quiet? What in tarnation? And I just increased the volume for them. Meguwin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I just realized I'm eating green edamame. You're probably not even seeing it because of the green screen. That's kind of funny. This is like one of the few ARR dungeon themes that I actually liked. When they actually played dungeon. Actually, it's funny. Oh yeah, one of the few ARR dungeon themes I like, and then I just remembered, oh yeah, a lot of the ARR dungeons don't even have battle theme, dungeon themes, because they just played like 5 seconds of the song and then went to a generic theme. That was the thing. Miguin, hello! Thanks for making guides for PoTD. They are very helpful for studying. Yes, I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for coming in, letting me know, following on Twitch and everything. Cheers, dude. Well, I hope they continue to help you, and if you have any questions, please, by all means, ask them when I'm live, join the Discord if you need to. And the guys over there are definitely going to help you out, so we just want to help people get those clears. That's really what it comes down to. Especially with Deep Dungeon 4 coming along, you know, people are going to have a variance of goals. Whether it be just getting the 1 to 50, maybe trying to squeeze out Necromancer before PT comes out, whatever it might be, the resources are all at your disposal. Just gotta ask, and we'll hand them over to you. My bot commands are all dead at the moment, but I'm gonna eventually get them back up. So, and PSA, tomorrow I am planning to do variety. We're gonna probably try to play a new game tomorrow. Okay, you want to ask Deep Dungeon when I'm not doing 14? By all means, come on down, let's talk Deep Dungeon. Don't feel bad about that. And you know, I've actually had a lot of people who are very polite, and they're like, hey, I know you're not doing 14, but hey, I got a Deep Dungeon question. You can do that. I don't know what sound that was. You can do that, and you know, there we go. I'm hearing sounds. It's not good. Okay. Hell yeah. I have a feeling that you enjoy talking about that I enjoy talking about Deep Dungeon. Yeah. You know, if only there comes a day when IRL someone actually asks me about Deep Dungeon when I walk around. Hasn't happened yet. Maybe one day. Not including like a gaming event. I mean like just like randomly, like, you know, everyday life, boom, someone asks me about Deep Dungeon. Boy. Be the one and only few times I actually talk to people in public. One day. For now, I get to enjoy it with you guys. So. Bro, I still remember recently, this was around Super Bowl for North Americans, the Super Bowl. The big sporting event. And I was just looking to get some chips down a supermarket aisle. And these are like the people that are in my town, by the way. They're very loud and... Oh my god, I got baited. They're very loud and attention-seeking, essentially. And, yeah, I was just on this aisle for chips, and this lady just, like, randomly talks to me. Like, I'm the only one in the aisle. And she looks at me and is like, man, I remember these chips were on sale like a couple days ago. What happened? They're so expensive. Like, just saying it out loud in my direction. I'm like, I don't know why you're asking me or trying to talk to me. Like, I don't know if you think I have this answer or whatever. I'm like, alright, yeah, it sucks to be you, I guess. Like, I don't know why you're trying to talk to me. And I hate it because it's even worse because people will do that. And then they'll also, like, try to make eye contact. Like, they'll say it, and then they look right at you, hoping that you will respond. And it's like you get trapped, because now you have to respond. Oh my god, I hate that. Like, bro, I'm just trying to just look for chits. Don't bother me, man. Do that to someone else, please. Did you ever meet? Did I ever? Wait, did you ever, Eve, meet any 14 enjoyers in ever? Oh. Yes, technically, but not in a conversation. So I had gone to a boardwalk, like a beach boardwalk, Essie. And I hope you're doing well, by the way, Essie. I hope everything is going well with the life and everything in the family. I had gone to a boardwalk, and I had my 14 shirt on. And the dude's like, "Yo, cool shirt, man!" Gives me the, you know, the whatever goddamn handshake they do nowadays, you know, the whole whatever. And then we moved on, you know, whatever. But I haven't been recognized as a content creator yet. That hasn't happened. Not like a, "Hey, I've watched your video" kind of thing. Not yet. I only ever met one who recognized the shirt I was wearing. Yeah, actually, I had that twice. I was walking down the street, and I had... I was at an anime convention. So there were a lot of, you know, enthusiasts gaming in there, and as I was walking down the street, they're like, "Hey, nice shirt." So I'm like, yeah. Hope my day is good. My day was filled of me trying to fix my music, because I lost a good chunk of my music when I had to do my PC wipe. So we've been trying to work on getting the music back in order, but it was a pretty productive day. Like, it was productive at the very least. Thank you for asking. It's uncomfortable. I'm extremely introverted, so I lurk in the shadows IRL. Yeah, so, it's really funny, Dante. I have friends who are very introverted like myself, who get very intimidated in, like, an area like New York City. Or like a busy subway, because it's like, you know, too many people, too many crowds. But the irony for me is that while I don't enjoy, you know, being around people not that much and whatever, I actually find comfort in a large crowd. Because to me, it's like you have mentioned, it's like lurking in the shadows. It's almost like you're even less noticeable when you're in a large group amount of people. So I feel even more hidden, which is what I would like to feel. Like, I don't want, like, the attention on me, if you will. So I feel comfortable in that, but not the music. Yeah, it's whatever. But I added a couple songs and everything. Not a big deal. I have the list. Like, my playlist has the songs that are not available. It's like X'd out, so I know what to look for. It's just rebuilding it is gonna take a little bit, but it's okay. It'll take me maybe a week or something. Grab you by the shoulders and start yelling at you while keeping eye contact about the chips. The worst? I haven't had physical contact, thankfully, but I sure hope that never comes to that. Because then they're gonna have to feel the wrath of my self-defense. Oop. Not that way. We're not going that way. Now, I did have a, I was wearing my Final Fantasy 13 shirt when I went to Starbucks to pick up my white girl coffee. And the guy, the barista, was like, "Hey, you're a Final Fantasy fan?" I'm like, "Yep." And he's like, "Yo, I've been playing through Final Fantasy VII OG lately." I'm like, "Oh," and then now it's like a whole thing. So every time I see this barista, I always say hi to him. And he always talks Final Fantasy to me, which is kind of cool. But not specifically 14, though. The most awkward stranger encounter I've had was a lady at a hair place asked if I have kids. I said no. Not married, never even dated. And she said, "Oh, you will, you will?" God, I actually hate that too. I hate hearing it for ladies. like, I hate hearing it for you guys. Like, that's always such a conversation starter, you know? Why can't you just ask me what my favorite anime is? Like, God, that's like such a better one to ask. No. Plus. Wait, I already heard the song. Skipping. I already heard this song too. I mean, I heard the song, but not on stream yet. Walk up to someone randomly and say, "Who's your favorite Ume Mutsu character?" Oh yeah, that would work out. Oh god, and then you get a response? Even I can't answer that question. I don't play that game. We can ask our buddy Sig for that though. He'll know. Oh, I guess it is an anime too, right? So I guess you could have watched the anime as well. Lust. Why am I getting a million lusts? I need to get back. I need to get back to the anime for it. Watched season 1 last year and it was a good time. I on Facebook I have like one of the anime things and they always kind of show like the ratings of like the charts of the anime and I think that has been like pretty high normally. I don't play that game. I feel like I can answer that. Really? I have not watched enough of that game. I watched Sig play it for like a couple hours. I'm like, I don't get it. I get it. Also, don't get it. Octopath music is top tier gourmet, dude. I wish I could have Octopath 1 in here, but at least we have a whole lineup of Octopath 2 music. It is so I always say this, Dante. Final Fantasy music to me is like the benchmark of like everything. Like anytime I hear like music in games, even Expedition 33, I run it up against Final Fantasy, and yeah, I guess it's a tough comparison, but Final Fantasy music to me is like the top of the top of the top. Except for Octopath, which in my opinion, Octopath sits above Final Fantasy for me. It's Octopath way in the ceiling, the peak of the mountain, and then Final Fantasy takes most of the mountain, and then everything else tries to catch up. Like, very rarely do I fall in love with, like, music that isn't one of those two. Like, I'll like it, but really, like, dive into it, fall in love with it kind of thing, and we're not talking, like, you know, a one-hit wonder. We're talking, like, an entire album of music. It's rare in a game that isn't Final Fantasy or Octopath. Like, Octopath, the entire OST, every single song is something that I would listen to, which is, I don't do that very often with lots of games. Like, there are like, you know, even Final Fantasy, I don't listen to all the songs in Final Fantasy, but I listen to all the songs in Octopath. I just add them all to the list and experience. Yeah. Dude, I play a lot of game tracks when I go to sleep. Like, I don't like the white noise. If I listen to white noise, I'm going to go crazy because my head will go in many directions. So I prefer to hear, like, you know, regular songs. So right now, I'm still enjoying GDQ because it's doing the replay, so I have that on TV right now. But like, I literally like dumped everything Octopath. Like the entire thing is just in my playlist. So like, there'll be times I wake up in the middle of the night and I just hear Octopath. I'm like, this is fine. This is great. I'm happy with this. Battle music, not battle music, doesn't matter. To be good for decades, is the music. To be good for decades is the music. Because the guys at the helm, all the composers for Square Enix are just absolutely out of their... Did it? Oh, yeah, that actually hit me in the game, too. Oh, I hit Joe. Oh, it doesn't disconnect. Oh, it did hit Joe. Okay. I think YouTube's still fine, though. Okay. I think we're okay. I actually felt that in-game. Let me, give me a second here. Not this one. Not this one. Monetization. Who that? Yo, Kira, what's up, dude? Hold on, I need to turn off my ads. I don't remember why I had them on. Is it here? No, don't. Okay, I gotta turn on my ads. Yo, Kira, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sorry, that's my internet. Lots of buffering. Yeah, I actually felt a hiccup on my in-game, and when I feel a hiccup in-game, you know it's real bad. But it looks like it's recovered. Guys, that is my buddy, Kira. She is amazing. She's a good friend of ours, and I'm happy you guys passed this over. How is Diablo 4? I haven't touched Diablo 4 in a long time. I've definitely become a Path of Exile 2 gamer now. But I hope Diablo 4 treated you well. Hope things are good. Welcome in, everybody. I am Angelus Demonus. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo if I'm in 14. We do a lot of other games. We do a lot of variety. I do like the ARPG like Kira does. But I hope you guys are doing well. The ending art is so cute. Oh, thank you. That was our artist did a really nice job with that one. I can't listen to music trying to sleep. I focus on it too much, and I use white noise. Speaking of GDQ, I saw the recommendation bar thingy that someone was doing. Yes! Deltarune! I only got to see up to Chapter 2. I do want to see the rest of it. I went to sleep when they were gonna go into Chapter 3. I definitely want to see it, though. I'm so happy I got to play that game, so there was no spoilers, but yeah. The new season is fun and the difficulty is a bit better. Did they make Necromancer better? Because that's the only thing I really like, and Necromancer got very boring to me, so... this is a problem. Wow, I hit witching. Okay. Guess I didn't hit witching. Oh, come on! That's the second witching. That's 5. You could have spawned anywhere else, friendo, but you picked here. Okay. Necro is alright, depending on the core skill you base your build around. Lovely Necro still, just letting minions do the work. Yeah, that's the thing that I disliked in Diablo, is that it felt too easy to get powerful minions, and I just didn't like that. They wanted to join the party of frogs. Could have done that next in another room. Hi, Kira from YouTube Nerd, says Kaylin. Kaylin says hello, Kira. From YouTube. If you don't mind me asking, is it better or more helpful for people to watch on Twitch than YouTube? I don't care. For me, it's always been the viewer experience. Whatever is best for you, I don't care. I could always use the practice on reading YouTube chat. The only downside is we're still in like a gray area about showing chat on YouTube into Twitch because they're not clear about it. I mean, I'll relay the messages. I think it's fun, but whatever is happy for you, like, I don't care. I was just watching your PoTD Solo guide. Big fan, and thank you for making it. Hey! Yo, no problem, Delusional. Delusional Brit. Thank you for coming on over and letting me know. I love when people do that. And anytime, and I will always say this, anytime you need, like, actual live questions answered, like, you know, come on whenever I'm live and just ask them. I don't care. I mean, I care, obviously, because I'm going to answer them, but, it's like the rare opportunity sometimes, especially depending on the time zone, that, like, you just have this burning question. I had someone yesterday they posted a comment on the YouTube on one of the videos, and I didn't get to it like until 15 minutes later. But but what happened to them was they queued up to 121 to 130 in Palace of the Dead, but they accidentally hit withdraw. Like they withdrew from the duty, and they were so terrified and so distressed that they thought they botched the file. They're like, I don't know if I lost the file because I hit withdraw, like I wasn't sure. And it's fair, like you know, some of you like thinking like, okay, that's fine, but like it's like the first time that ever happened. And then they email me. They send me an email on Gmail because they were really like stressed out about it, and they were asking their friends. They actually Google said it was bricked, but their friends told them it was okay. So I give a response. I'm like, look, all you gotta do is look at the KO. If you have a KO that says 1, not good. But if you just like try and go back in and then you see it, then you're good. Like I was just trying to give like a realistic answer. But those are the type of things that it's like, you know, when you get into the live stream, like, you know, you just happen to have a burning question, it's perfectly fine to just ask it. Sometimes it's just so simple, but it might help you feel a little less stressed, you know? But I get it. I mean, it's along the lines of people thinking that you have to stay in that middle hub area to continue the file. Like, you can't leave until you finish your run. And that might seem silly, but especially when I do, like, chunks of floors all at the same time, that's the perception that you get. So. Yeah, you can, yeah, it's just like any duty. You just withdraw, it's fine. Like, you don't get penalized, it's solo duty. Like, that would actually be more the thing I would think of. That, like, oh, you just, like, you know, you just up the penalty for yourself. Because there is a penalty for withdrawing from a duty, but not for a solo instance. That doesn't count. Also, Deep Dungeon doesn't adhere to the, well, at least when you're solo, it doesn't adhere to the instance limits. I don't know if you guys know, I think it's 100, right? You can only queue into 100 instances per 24 hours. Like, no one's realistically really hitting 100 unless you're doing certain things. But for Deep Dungeon, you could queue in like 1,000 times and you'll never hit that limit. It's just in a different kind of category, if you will. So those are like the little things that sometimes you don't need to deal with on a regular basis. But sometimes when it just so happens that is the one day you need to deal with it, it can get weird. Yeah, and I think Blue Mage also was in that category, like maybe. I'm not sure. I just know that there is a limit that exists, but it doesn't exist for Deep Dungeon. But I'm happy I got to respond within, I think, 15 minutes of the message. Like, I just looked at my phone, I'm like, oh, there's a message. Okay, I'll respond to it right now. Those are the times when I hope I see it fast enough. Sometimes I don't, but... Do I know that from experience? About the 100 instances? No. It was something that I learned because the ideal way of farming intuitions is... Well, the very ideal way to farm intuitions for the achievement is that you would set up a floor 11 file in Heaven on High. You would have one Magicite, I think one Conceal, and one Intuition, and you could spam that forever. And the conversation would come up, like someone would say, oh, but there's an instance limit, and then you'd realize that in Deep Dungeon you don't have that limit because it just doesn't count to the limit. That's the only reason I would know that information, because of that. You reminded me I don't feel like watching on Twitch anymore. Well, welcome to YouTube, Ross. The scholar man himself. That's the first time I heard of the instance limit for a day. Yeah, it's like cursed knowledge. Like the only reason you'd ever find that out is if you were doing something that probably is like not normal. You know what I mean? Or I guess in our case for intuition farming. I mean, it probably is for bots. I mean, you're also probably right too. So new music. This is whatever the hell the Boja thing is. You and Cog both stream on YouTube, which is great, and the only other person I watch on Twitch where he never runs ads, so I think it's a great place to be. Yeah, the ads are definitely more user-friendly on YouTube. Whereas, you know, we try to position them as best as we can, so it doesn't kill the experience as much, but... Oh, hi. God damn, really? You're gonna pull me in anyway. Oh, I got hit. Oh, I got hit. Okay, we're good. Oh, I have a racing too, so we're fine. Got a little concern there. I made the poor choice of running through the AoE. The button presses for Bard are so high, but that's why I like the job. I gotta just constantly hit buttons, it's great. That's why sometimes Tank in Palace is boring to me, because you don't have that many buttons to press. But I mean, it does the job, so can't complain about that. There's a chest up there that I didn't check. Hey Ion, how you doing? Welcome. Something's really good, but what if you press the buttons faster? I am spamming the button presses. You can see my button presses, so you know. Exactly why I can't tank in here, Clayton. I feel it, man. I feel it. I get it. If it wasn't for the Omni journey, I probably wouldn't see tank, but, you know, you gotta cover all the jobs. Makes for good content, at least for me. Yo, look at that backward shooting. Top-notch archer right there. No! Tank main, flexing, silence, and stun. I know. See? Those good. It has its ups. It has its pros. I already played this song, I think. No. I'm trying to test some of the music that I have, that's why. Oh yeah, okay. New one. Well, technically new. They play it in the Alliance raid. But I haven't had it on my playlist yet, so... Which honestly, when I heard this song in the Alliance, I'm like, why the hell did I put this on my playlist? I like this song a lot. PS sucks so far for M6? Oh man. Well, what's today? Wednesday? No, today's a Thursday. What's up, Aurora? Bard is top 3 fun job for me. Love the piano gameplay. Yeah. Yeah, like... I mean, aside from its lack of damage, I do like the button presses a lot. That's really what makes me happy. And like for me, Aurora, between the 3 Fizz ranges, it's like... Dancer is a clear third, but it isn't to say Dancer isn't fun. It's just one, Machinist for me is definitely going to be top tier because it's a little biased with, especially with everything we've done with Machinist. And then 2, Bard is with the high buttons per press per minute. So Dancer just hits third. Like, it just is what it is, you know. I like what Dancer has. I mean, on Avant is great. The big burst is nice, but it just isn't Machinist or Bard for me. Friday? Oh, yeah, I guess it's, yeah, depending on your time zone. Fizz range are stacked for enjoyment? Yeah, they are. Also, I really love the button feel for Bard, but it does get sad when all buttons produce like 10 total damage. Well, especially when you get no abilities, then it's like you don't even have buttons to press, like GG. Hey, you do what's gonna make you happy, man, if you like to lead a party. I mean, you're asking someone who doesn't do that, so I couldn't tell you one way or another, but whatever makes you happy. I don't remember the last time I made a PF in anything in this game. Oh, I'm on 39. I just realized. So I should... Oh, I didn't pick up another strength at all? Really? What the hell happened? I haven't seen a strength this entire set. And there's no chests here to pick up. Interesting. Thanks for keeping me busy. Hey, Dante, I appreciate you, dude. Have a wonderful day. I'm almost done here. We got 11 more floors to go. I'm actually gonna hold on to Berserk. Wait. Raging Strike. Sorry, not Berserk. Is that the raw damage? Yeah, it's just 15% raw damage. Okay, so I'll use that on the resolution then. Three. I'm not gonna do all threes. I can do 2 threes in a row, but not 3 threes in a row. That's not happening. Look at that blazing fast button pressing. 3-3-2-3-3. My new strat. Not recommended. Don't do this at home. When you kill it before the ads show up, almost. Okay, I'm done. They didn't even get to shoot me. Alright, cool. Alright, we got 10 more. I got 20 minutes pre-roll, no ads. No more ads for the stream. Let's just go right in. Alright. Last 10. Just a little over 5 hours. Fine with me. I didn't pick up a strength though. Alright. I already played this song. Ooh, Rage. Opening Rage. I'll take this one. I wanted to check that chest first, but I can't do it now. Tuning in quite late. How do you deal with mimics as Bard? Do you just try to avoid opening chests? One thing I will definitely say in terms of just general strategy, never avoid opening chests. I think that's a bad habit to form, because chests are what get you through with Poematers. Now, in general, with just opening chests, I mean, it's a lot of kiting. A lot of tactical kiting, tactical using of your sprints and everything. Just drop them. Just keep fighting and just keep running away. Stagger kiting is a thing as well. But, yeah, like kind of what Rulegit said, don't fear mimics. Now, one really common trap some people will go into, Brit, is if your question also kind of goes into this idea of like, well, you know, mimics always show up when the exit is open, or like I lose time to mimics. That's a little bit of a strategy in a gameplay, where what I will always try to do is I will always try to get to all the chests as I can in a practical sense, you know, as best I can. But we try to open as many chests before the exit opens, so that the mimic will contribute to the exit. Because one of the biggest things that'll take a lot of people is that they kill, you know, open the exit, kill as many enemies, and then they start checking the loot. And then you start getting mimics after that, and that really kills your time. So that adds even more stress with the mimics. Not only do you have to actually kill it, but you're just wasting time with the mimics. One thing I always like to say, in a very simplistic way of saying it, anytime you have to do a kill when the exit is already open, you are wasting time. Whatever the justification is. Now, sometimes it's unavoidable, depending on, like, you know, a lot of proximity enemies, blah, blah, blah. But if you're trying to do kills and the exit's open, you could have just left, right? So that's one thing to take into consideration. If you can mitigate that whole thing where, like, all of your important kills are right when the exit opens, that includes mimics, less of a problem. But it is a lot of kiting, a lot of running around. I mean, if you're used to kiting around some of the more dangerous enemies, Brit, then that will come into play as well. So hopefully we get to see a mimic here, but we're not in the too harder floors. By the way, the continuation of this file, we're aiming for 1 p.m. Eastern on Monday, so if that's a time zone you can make, otherwise, you know, you'll see it on YouTube eventually. But you may have already asked us, what's up, Tovin? You said something earlier, Tovin. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you, man. But what do you plan to do as the new Deep Dungeon starts? Sorry for... No, hey, no problem. I'll answer that question anytime anyone asks, even if I've said it 1,000 times. So plan for New Deep Dungeon. Completely solo, 100% solo. We are going in as warrior. And that's including Aether Pool farming. So I will unlock it solo, I will enter solo, we'll do everything solo. It is a completely blind run. I will not look at anything at all. At least I already know that there's a 99 boss because Square Enix spoiled it for me, so there is that. I'm pretty sure I can't get spoiled unless I look at someone's video. Or someone, you know, displays the secret boss before I get to see it. That's about it. We're not gonna get spoiled, so... 100% blind, 100% solo. Never thought of seeing the mimics contribute. Yeah. And like I said, Brit, it's completely a strategy thing, right? It is very, very common for me to watch people who stream the content that they will kill everything and then check the chests afterwards and then they start cursing off mimics. And it's like, well, yeah, because, I mean, there's a chance for it to show up. But half the time, mimics are not that bad. And also, Brit, one thing to consider, especially in 181 plus and sometimes 171, but more 181 plus, you have frost dragons, worms, scorpions, and sometimes between the three of those, mimics are easier to deal with than those three. I would rather face a mimic over a frost dragon. You know what I mean? So it's something also that is something to take into consideration for strategy. Big respect for going solo this time. Yeah. You're not even looking at your screen? Not even my screen, Zorby. Yeah, and I mean, Aurora, like, you know, I approached EO with this thought and possibility that maybe we could do it so we can do it blind and still finish it first, because I mean, I'm still coming off the era where Palace of the Dead took 2 years and Heaven on High took 2 weeks to clear. And it's like, okay, maybe we're gonna be down in the trenches for a while. But lo and behold, because of the way Eureka Orthos was constructed, that it did benefit you to have knowledge. So looking up streams and looking up information is going to aid you in a world first race. And that is just not how I would prefer to engage the content. So I kind of did like a half-see thing. We went with a light party with Sheila, Pin, and Loken. We got up to floor 30. I farmed my Aether Pool a little bit with them, and then we launched doing our solo runs. But now it's like very two distinct paths that I have. It's either I go for world first or I don't go for world first. Or rather, I would go for blind. I can't do one or the... Like, I can't mix the two of them. There's no way I go for world first if I'm going blind. Especially if PT is going to be just like EO, where you need to look at videos if you want a chance at world first. So my pick is to enjoy the content. I'm there to enjoy the content, and I'm going to do it blind. So... we just go all out. Like, may as well just do the whole thing all out, 100%, all blind, you know. So it'll be fun. It'll milk out a little bit the content, unless it's really, really easy. Then I finish it really fast. But one would assume that probably that doesn't happen. I don't really like the idea of fighting a gargoyle without any abilities like that. Would I fight a Gestrel? I'll do it. Gestrels, dude, there wasn't a hard Gestrel. The only hard Gestrel was what's her face. Gogra, forgot her name. Hey Silver, how you doing? Golgra, oh, it's close, yeah. Super Saiyan Golgra, that's the only one that was actually challenging. In the greatest adversity to evolve, Death Mouse. We got to P5 in DSR! Congratulations! Let's go! Are you happy with the progression? Like, is it going at the pace you're hoping for? Was it faster, slower? Thank you, Go Down Gently. You're going pretty quick? Hell yeah. I'm just gonna witching. Yeah, I wasn't gonna make that enrage in time. I knew I didn't want to deal with a demon, and then I had to deal with a demon. If I do another pull, it's gonna be this demon that's witching right now, because it's gonna get by me 17 seconds on the pull. God, no ability Bard is awful. What the hell? On Wraith at the moment, nice. So if you don't know, if you witching something and they come out of witching, it's like you just pulled it. So right now, once it hopped out of witching, I had 30 seconds or so until it enrages. So that's why it was ideal to pull it, because I wouldn't hit that enrage like I did when I first aggroed the demon. I still have to fight something. God, I want to, like, Serenity. Does they range very noticeably not noticeably. Like, you'll get the only aggro thing that the only aggro thing that you'll notice that's like a little further or not is like a salamander in here's a mimic, by the way, Britt. A salamander in like 121 or 111 or something, where they like have a really big hitbox, so they seem like they aggro a little sooner than you would expect it from any other enemies, but that's about it. Generally, you'll have a predictable range of their proximity. That, like, if you had used, like, X range to say, okay, I'm good enough from this range, you'll be consistent throughout all the enemies. There's a little bit of the stagger kiting where as we run away, we don't get hit. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So that's one way to also handle them. So that entire thing, like 4 GCDs, they didn't hit me. Difficult tech, but it's possible. That's kind of what running away kind of affords you. Not to mention, as a bard, even if you don't get that stagger cutting down packed, one thing that helps you is if they get into infatuation or they get into death trap, it's time for it buys you time to get a couple ticks on your healing as you're running away and kiting. So yes, it is. What Silver said is very, very true. I believe it's 2 extra yalms for mimics in specifically Palace, but not anywhere else. That they do have a much wider range in Palace of the Dead. Only Palace of the Dead. Like, it's an obscene range that they have for the mimics here in Palace of the Dead. But outside of that, no other kind of edit in terms of their aggro range in any other deep dungeons, actually. Good way to handle a treasure on an exit for Palace. So I was just mentioning to Britt, right, that ideally you kind of want to make sure that by the time you hit the exit and by the time you open the exit, that you've checked as many chests as you can, and you've kind of optimized your path through the map. So under most ideal situations, you are going to hopefully find the treasure room before you've really killed a lot of enemies. Because then you could work the treasure room. Because, okay, let's say it takes 7 kills to get off of a floor. Well, in the most ideal situation, Meguin, that you will take those 7 kills, and that is all in the treasure room. Now, of course, you can have a situation where the treasure room is in freaking across the map. Okay, that sucks, right? That can happen. So let's say that does happen. Well, you want to determine where the exit is going to be, and you start carving a path and clearing enemies around that space. Like, if you have a room like this in front of me, right? Okay, I'm gonna do a kind of a marker example here. Let's say the exit is over there, and like enemies are all over this room, right? Well, you only have to clear everything towards A. You don't have to worry about anything towards the right side. So clear up any proximity enemies or anything that's guarding the exit, and just chip away at that area and leave everything else alone. You may want the chests, but look, you got to keep it realistic. You don't want to spend an hour on one floor, right? So it's about strategy of clearing the exit, a strategy of clearing a path to the exit. Also, additionally, like, hopefully you see that treasure room as soon as you can to determine what you need to do with it. Sometimes it's out of the way, sometimes it's not. Of course, the quickest way is to rage, but even a rage can be a little risky. Oh, look, it's a treasure room. So this is perfect, because this treasure room right now is in my way to the exit. Not on the exit, but it's in my way to the exit. So for me to get through here with a minimal amount of kills, I'm looking at this room, right? I have a proximity enemy on the knight over here. I have a sight enemy and a proximity enemy. So for me to get across this room cleanly with the least amount of kills, more than likely this has to go, and probably the one in the back has to go, because it's blocking me over there. And a couple of the other ones are sight here. There's something behind me? No, not yet. Okay, so now I'm gonna pull this one. Perfect example. Thank you, game, for giving me the opportunity to do something with the question. With all the job changes to date, do you think Machinist is still the best for Necro run? So, how I've always kind of phrased it, Brit, is one, what job is best for you is so subjective. Here's a really good example, and here's a story I like to tell because it angered me back in the day. I got pissed at this. A while back, in one of the other Deep Dungeon Discords, someone had asked, hey, what's a good job to clear for Necromancer? And this was still when Machinist was really popular. And the person goes, objectively Machinist. And I remember seeing that. I didn't say anything, but I remember seeing that. I'm like, you cannot ever say that a job is objectively better in Deep Dungeon. And of course, like, you know, what are the reasons why Machinists are really good? High damage, kiting, you know, it has a lot of tools for it. But in my head, I'm like, you can't possibly suggest that it's objectively better. And you know why? What if someone wants to play Standard, where technically Machinist is better when you played Legacy? Well, they're kind of screwed a little bit. They're going to have an uncomfortable time. What about the person who has massively high ping and who has an awful time playing Machinist because ping sucks and they have no choice but to play like EU to NA? Like, Machinist is awful with high ping. So, like, you can't necessarily say it's objective, right? There are going to be reasons why someone just doesn't want to play Machinist, and if there's a reason, it is what it is. Now, it is a very good job. You know, undoubtedly, it's a great job. It's a very popular job. That's without a doubt. But I've always said it that you should play the job that feels most comfortable to you. And nowadays, you kind of have a job that is like, you have a class that is kind of the standout for each role. So Machinist kind of stands out for fizz ranges, Warrior kind of stands out for tanks, yada yada yada. So that's one way to look at it. Mr. Gigolian, thank you for the raid. I was on a bit of a little tangent, and I hope you had a good time today. I think you were doing some, probably Disco Elysium? I need to increase the sound of my damn alerts. You're so quiet. Thank you for testing those out for me. Guys, this is my buddy, Mr. Gigolian. Plays a lot of variety on stream. I hang in his stream a lot. At least when we're not streaming at the same time. And he's a good man, so definitely check him out. If you haven't already, he's really, really good. I really, really like his stream. Really? Okay, well, okay, I get it. I hope it continues to be well. If you were to give a percentage progression in how far you are in Disco Elysium, and thank you for that resub for 29 months, Gego. If you were to give a percentage of how far into the game you are, how far are you in Disco Elysium? Made goo progress. Hell yeah, we love the goo in here. I gotta pull this knight. So, going back to, I think, who asked me about the treasure room? I managed the treasure room with only one extra kill. We got through, I didn't check the chest, I mean it is what it is, but we got through with only one extra kill. Not too bad, right? And it wasn't on the exit, but it was blocking the exit. I'm from EU and play on NA myself. Ping is going to scream me later. I'm on floor. Okay. So, here's what I'll say, Brit. I did go through the experience myself of going through high ping, and it's kind of a case-to-case basis. When I did, like, really, really high ping Machinist, my issue was, like, I was incapable of double weaving. Like, I couldn't double weave. Where I could do it on NA. Like, I couldn't do, like, you know, like, I couldn't hit Gauze Barrel and Ricochet between a GCD. And that really did kind of mess a little bit with, Behemoth. Because that's like missing damage. Like trying to only do one OGCD per GCD was like rough. It's doable. You can do it. It's not like it becomes impossible. And Machinist has a lot of damage, so you can make up for it. But it just made the experience feel kind of, you know, not as fun, in my opinion. But maybe at 140 you're able to double. I mean, look, I'm sure you've been playing this game for quite a bit, and maybe you've done Machinist for a bit, you know, so maybe you're okay double weaving, but that was my experience with it. Just the high ping kind of made it difficult for me to get a lot of damage off, as opposed to when I had better ping. 42 hours in. Yeah, I wasn't making that. I didn't think I had enough damage there. Maybe it was my witching, because I don't have damage. Even with haste, but I think I didn't have a lot of my burst there. Okay. 42 hours in, I have no clue how much is left. I guess I'm 50%. Ooh, okay, gotcha. I've been enjoying your playthrough, by the way. I feel like Picto, if you have access to it, it's extremely strong and a solid choice to start with. Just going by my experience, that is my first shot playing seriously in Palace of the Dead and got to... Yeah, Picto is great. It's very strong. Different than Machinist, like a different vibe, a different playstyle, but it is very strong. Another thing with Treasure Rooms is being careful of enemies that can do damage while out of combat skill. The Cursed Worm Spam, PoTD, and instant AoEs, and yeah! Oh my god, the few videos of people walking into a treasure room with a bunch of words and just getting cleaned out. That is hilariously sad. Oh look, a treasure room with an exit! Wow! Man, they really... Like, Palace really wants to help you out here, Meguin. So this one is easy, because this was spawned right here. So, what I'm thinking of in this situation is I'd like to check the rooms that are to my left and right. So right now, this guy's gotta go, this guy's probably gotta go, but everything else, look at the position of all the other enemies. The boot is the sound enemy, so I can pass him, but everything else is shoved in the back. I don't have to worry about the rest of them, because they're not gonna bother me unless I want the chest to the right of me. But I don't gotta worry about those guys, because they're not gonna bother me if I try to go to the other room. So you're kind of getting a little bit of like an optimization of like what you need to kill. Anything that isn't in your way to go to the next room from A to B, you don't have to worry about it. Even sometimes if they are quote-unquote easier enemies, look, they might have easier enemies in the other room. At least you get chest access, right? That's something to also take into consideration. It all comes in play with like trying to get to all the floors, and what's really funny is that this whole method is kind of a scoring adjacent, if you will, because you would kind of do this a little bit with score runs, where you kind of get to all the rooms and whatnot. Kind of. So it's like a mix of that. I've been going through on Viper recently for my Necro attempt, says, Michael. It's the furthest I've gotten alone. Michael, you said something earlier in chat, I missed it, but welcome in. I'm glad you like Viper. I know our buddy Cog NTV was doing Viper as well. Or was doing Viper. Oh, it's flighted. Okay, well, we got through. So now, in this case, I probably will just go. Not to mention, my time's a little weird. I might sneak this chest because the boot is so... Never mind, the Gargoyle walked over there. Okay, cancelled. So now here, I probably aggro the Wraith. So I want to give them a chance to move. So that knight moved away. Wraith is going to move somewhere in a second. I'm going to let him move and then see if I can get to the chest. Now this is really good for higher floors, because he might be with an enemy that is just like, you don't want to deal with it. So in this case, I got through. What's the community consensus on healers PoTD nowadays? Is it still seen as not good? I don't know. I mean, I think what I've been hearing a lot, Aurora, is that people like to watch the healer run. I don't know if people like to do the healer run, but they like to watch the healer run. I mean, I think healers are great. I mean, they're so going to be difficult, but compared to, like, a melee Viper, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the beat on the healers are in general. It's a good question. What's up, Ashigard? I didn't say hello to you either. I was on tangents when you guys said hello. I'm enjoying it. I got to 179, but super panicked when I spawned in the C3 paths. 5 monkeys and 2 paths coming. Oh no! Yeah, sometimes sometimes PoTD just pops his chest and just is like, try me now, you know? Should have done a side rage. It's a lesson learned. Now next time you put in that situation, you know what to do. It's a lesson you just had to learn, it's all good. It's a steal, right? Okay. Did I hear you say earlier that you're going for a world? No. So I have two options, Brit, in terms of PT. It's either I go for world first, or I go for a blind run. If I were to go for world first, I have to watch all the streams, I have to look at all the information, and I gotta go fast. But that's not how I enjoy Deep Dungeon. To me, the enjoyment I get from Deep Dungeon is experiencing it blind, is experiencing it for the first time without knowing anything in front of me, and then, excuse me, and then developing my own strategies because of that. So we're going completely blind, and which means I'm not going for world first, unless you want to consider world first blind as a thing, like if that's a category. But yeah, we're gonna go completely blind, so we're probably gonna take a while, and I am perfectly fine with taking a while. Like, I may be visibly upset if I go completely solo. Like, we're doing aphid pool farming, everything solo, and I still beat it in a week, I might be visibly upset. Because it's like, I want it harder, I wanted this more difficult. I'm ready to spend like a month in there if I have to, it's fine. I also prefer mine did it with... Yeah! Oh, dude. You know, Orthos, I will establish that Orthos isn't my favorite Deep Dungeon. You don't see me in there a lot. I'm not in there a lot because I don't find it as fun as the other two. But I definitely enjoyed the blind experience when we did it on release. That was a blast. And you could only do that once. You could only experience it once. I went to the 99 boss, Brit, I think 5 times before I cleared it. With no strategy. We just had to make it up. It was great. Had so much fun. It's get to 99 and die and go back to 1. It was a glorious experience. If I clear my first attempt 31 to 100 on Scholar, I'm going to be upset. We gotta get you on a podcast right away. Like Ross is gonna be foaming at the mouth, and we just gotta like throw him in a podcast as fast as we can. Like a 3-hour podcast just for him to discuss his feelings. I feel the same if it is... I say the same. It was fun. I died to Thunder Beast 4 times in one run. Bro, Aurora, day 2 of me progging Eureka Orthos. I was in... we were getting into like the 41 set. Like my very first run, I got to 60 and died on Simon Says Gozu, because I couldn't figure it out, right? On the climb back, I spent 10 hours on day 2 streaming. I could not get out of 41 to 50. I died in the 41 set 3 times. I got up to 41, died. Got up to 41, died. Got up to 41, died. And I'm like... and that was when I started raising in 41 to 50 for like months. Because that traumatized me. I'm like, I can't get out of here. I'm going to start raising at 41. And think about that. Think about Heaven on High, where 41 was the easiest set in Heaven on High. Imagine that's where you start raising. I started raising 41. It's crazy. It took me a long time before I stopped raising 41. I'm curious who's going to clear first for the no spoiler run. Yeah, be interesting. Who's going to do it without the... If we have a tracker, we can certainly see, that's for sure. Thunder Beats were less bad when I realized the side tail cast those in chat. Even if you can't spin, you can see the animation lock in. Ooh, interesting. A friend told me this recently, and Thunder Beast instantly downgraded from pull if I have to, would rather not easy pull. See, I look at the tail when the Thunder Beast does the thingy. Their tail wags up, and I could read that very, very well. I think Rin's making... Yes, yeah, I think Rin is gonna make something. So if that goes through, then perfect. We'll have a good tracker. Oh look, it's PvP. We did this 2 days ago. On my main chat, weapon set show enemy reading for attacks. Super handy there. So being able to use in Deep Dungeon 2 is... hey, whatever helps. That's what Ross does too. He has 2 chat windows. I just like the chat thing because I use it in Savage Rage. And see? The Savage Raiders coming in with their strats. There you go. Strength and Seal in one room. Good. It's like I'm PvPing. Wrecking fools. It is gonna be in PT, yeah. Are you ready to play with other people, Aurora? You've done it once before. I believe you can do it at least one more time. The song is so good, man. Oh, it's like one of the other reasons I do Onsels to hear this track in game. The hell? I got 3 strengths. Yeah, your reward for clearing Deep Dungeon solo is to party with other people. Oh man. An introvert's worst nightmare. Congratulations, let's go to a party. Oh, what? No. Game giving out strengths like candy, time to be afraid. Yeah, I'm never gonna get them again. I like Savage and Ulti, but the really big player count stuff like Chaotic, FP is not your cup of tea. I stomached BA because I wanted the mount. I didn't care. I wanted the mount, so whatever that meant, I was gonna do it. And the reward drove me to do the content. Through the Discords and everything. Whatever had to be done, I wanted the mount. And you did with your Field Instant Savage thingy? Yeah, yeah. True. True. Yeah, this song rocks. Hell yeah, Kaylin, with our Onsel adventures, right? Hell yeah. Lane Express. Good song. Safety. Dead end. Hellhound has less HP. Another strength. I'll remember that one. It's almost like SC read my mind, and the greatest desire is by going, yes, you can have a raid unlocked for completing Deep Dungeon. Yeah, they really like gating things, though. That's kind of the SC way, right? Hey, there are these amazing duels in this content. First, you need to do PvE content for like 2 hours, and then you can get it. New things to listen to in the background? Yo, what up, Michaela? How you doing? Pleasure, man. Well, I'll be here for at least another 10 or so minutes, but I'll keep you company till then. Where's the exit? Another steal? Okay. Wish I could watch your old duel fails. That was good content. But you wish? Is it not there anymore? I think I had a video. Didn't I have a video where like I compiled a whole bunch of me dying? I think it's still up there. Let's do another one to and I don't wanna. I think I did. I can't remember though, off the top of my head. Oh, I'm gonna pass. I'm lazy. I'm gonna pass on the strength that's in Narnia right now. I need 300k XP in my Omni 8 achievement. 10 is nice. Okay, cool. I got you, Michaela. Looking menacingly in that direction. Oh, rip. Almost. I was on a treadmill a lot, and I'd watch you queue up and learn. That was fun. Dude, I'm kind of holding out hope that maybe they still put it in. Like, in like a future patch, they put duels in, but I don't know. I don't know if they do that. Hey, what? I wasn't cheating. The hell? Let's go. Ah, my new song I added. I added this song to the playlist. I said earlier it was as controversial as Be My Honey. I left it out of the playlist for a while, and I'm like, you know what, I'm putting it in. The hellhound fell I was cheating? Oh well. There's another treasure room blocking me, by the way. Do you guys like Be My Honey more, or do you guys like this song more? If you had to pick one. I never had interest in Field, but maybe it's because I enjoy watching you do it instead. Hey, it's like you watching PvP, right? Oh, I like this song too. The only reason it's on the playlist is because I like the song. Be My Honey is better. They're not comparable. Okay. God damn it. Alright, let me see what we got. Oh my... Jeebus. Okay, okay. Why are you staggering your attacks? Why can't you do it all at once? They went freaking tactical, apparently. A lot of fire? There's a lot of fire. I have a way through, though. See, you find your opening, you keep an eye on it, boom, look, we're at the exit. I kill one thing, I get to the exit. Efficient treasure room. So you had like 4 examples, Meguwin, of how we handle the treasure room. That is valuable information. Multitude of different ways. Like you're not gonna have a one-size-fits-all answer. Like it just depends on the situation. Like in this case, if I couldn't get through, then I would just chip my way, you know, to one of the rooms, and then boom, we just happen to find the exit. But you basically chip a path to it. Sometimes the game just kind of gives you a path to it. If this were EO, the AOs would have dealt so much damage you would have had to log. That's actually true, yeah. Who needs a haptic vest when you're just gonna lose it anyway? Oh, steel's right here. You know, sometimes you ask and you receive. That's why questions are great. Sometimes I just am able to demonstrate. Makes it more fun for me too, instead of just a routine. So now that we've... Okay, I was gonna say, because we clear the exit, we can start just taking away other kills, maybe towards the chest, and once the exit opens, we just leave. But the exit already opened, so I'm just gonna go. Also gonna put an affluence here to maybe get a strength on the next floor. It's funny that they were apparently sung by the same person. Yeah. There's only one singer. What about Good King Mogglmog? Nope. That did not make the playlist, sorry, it didn't make the cut. Ah, yes, typical affluent situation where you get a no items. If I get a strength, I'm willing to Serenity. I love this song. Some of Waterscape is like some of the best music out there, period. Now I'm trying to do this as Samurai. This is still difficult. If they ever lower the difficulties, I'm quitting? Oh, I love that. Can we post that in like a refrigerator? Best comment. Tonberry's been working on this challenge for a while now, and I love that attitude. They better not make it easier. I swear to God, I'm going to go to the Square Enix building and protest. That's what I want to hear. I'm gonna Serenity for the strength. Because I want the strength. Which actually, it does kind of put me in a tiny bit of a hole. Because you're gonna step into 151 on Monday, which is known as debuff hell. So to kind of put me already at 2 Serenity could be a little bit troubling, but we're barred, we're fine. The song is peak FF music. I know, I love 13 too. Certainly a controversial one with the populace, but I did really like 13. Hey Rek, what made you stop using a mouse? Do I like it more? I'll do you one better. I never used a mouse to begin with, so I couldn't tell you what it felt like to stop using a mouse. I never used one to begin with. So when I played FF11, FF11 had really poor mouse support, and I was on a laptop at the time, so I learned how to play FF11 with a full keyboard. And then going into 14, because you're going from Final Fantasy, my first question was, can I play just like 11? And that's how we did it, so we played just like 11. And I mean, it's a testament to the key binding options that you have in 14 that allowed you to do it, but... Can I get a link to the playlists? Rit, I have to get back to you, because I have lost all my bot commands, and I don't have that link in hand. But if you get back to me, or you DM me on Twitch, or leave a YouTube comment, I can get back to you. But I unfortunately do not have that at hand. I'm gonna work on the bot commands probably over the weekend. I am still trying to get the music back in order, so... You played 11 too, but I'm pretty sure you used the mouse. Yeah, I didn't use a mouse. I was full keyboard in 11. So then, to add to that, Rek, I've been playing like this for like 20 years now. I am old. 2004 is when I played FF11, and I've been going from FF11 to 14. Like, we went FF11 for like 7-8 years, and then straight into 14 for what, 11 years now? 20 years of doing this, so it's just, we're just used to it. Had the grind challenge of 11, bro. These new gamers can't handle it. So I'm with you, but I don't think these new kids can handle it. They're gonna quit. Okay, sounds good, bit. Yeah, I apologize. So I lost all my bot commands, and my music was like decimated by half. So I have like a lot of catch up to do. But I do appreciate you telling me, because these are some of the things that I need to try to get in order to. XP wipes in 11 was so funny. Yo, bro. I was partially upset in Eureka when, like, okay, you lost XP for dying, but if you get raised, you didn't lose any more XP. Like, you were okay. It's like, man, no, take the penalty. You died. Don't die. Okay, great. I got the DM. So I'll get back to you as soon as I can, Brit. But thank you for the DM. You're playing 13-2 right now? I really like 13-2. 13-2 was fantastic. You love Yasha's Massive. 13-2 is underrated. I thought, okay, I like 13. I thought 13-2 was better than 13 with the gameplay. I mean, time travel can get dicey, and the way the story went was really weird. But the overall gameplay of 13-2 I thought was fantastic. I need to rerun and finish Eureka someday. Yeah. I had played EverQuest back in the day, so seeing the XP loss in Eureka wasn't that shocking. Yeah, it wasn't shocking to me either. It was more shocking to me that you can get it back more than anything. Make a death subtract 5 aethical if you die. I'm in. Game. I'll take it. Resub. Oh, resub. Okay. You have to resub and finish Eureka. Got it. I couldn't translate that in my head. There's a strength and steel, and I don't remember where they are. Last good line FF was FF10. Alright, okay, fair. I did like FF10 a lot. It gave us one of the best variations of the Chocobo theme. That is true. 13's a miss. So, I didn't get to play 13.3 much. And I want to at some point. I want to get through the 13.3 story. But I went into 13.3 wanting the original 13 and 13.2, and I think that did not help me, like, enjoy the game. And I felt like if I wanted to get through the game, I needed to treat the game like its own entity. And that's what I want to do in the future, if I ever get the opportunity to play that game, is that I'm not going to think of it like 13.3, 13.2 or 13. I'm just going to be like, this is its own game, and we're going to play it like its own game. Such a bad story. I want to see the story, though. I could just watch a synopsis, I guess I would, but... Okay, that's unfortunate. You're looking right at the chest. Right at the exit. But you're gonna move in a second, so that's okay. By the way, we are going to 150 because we're gonna go try to do 151 to 200 on Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern. So I do want to thank you guys for joining me. This is great. I don't do nightly setup files as much as I used to at the moment. I mean, when Deep Dungeon 4 comes in, it's a different story. But it's nice to see you guys, and we had some great talks and everything, so I appreciate that. It is on YouTube. I do have the guide over there. Let's see, hold on. Let's see, content, playlists, get shareable link. Yeah, we did a guide for this expansion. That's the guide for this expansion. You don't know how much we disrespect this boss is when I could sift through my browser looking for a link while running and hitting buttons. That's how much we can disrespect this boss. Hello? And that machinist guide, I would say, is probably good for the entire expansion. I mean, you know, machinist is gonna adjust here and there for sure. It's not gonna have a drastic adjustment for like the rest of the expansion. And a lot of what that guide will help is definitely more the strategy side of things, the other things that are involved aside from the actual job playing the game. And one of the biggest things that I'm proud about that guide is that we made the point of entry lower. Because I remember I got a YouTube comment from one of the older guides. And they're like, well, you made a guide, but you didn't explain how to start the thing, like how to begin and everything, like from the very beginning, you know, what kind of guide is this kind of thing? And the comment was, you know, I did make it clear in the video. It's like, oh, this is assuming you had this is assuming you had that. But it was a fair comment. So that guide, one important thing we did was first we started, my Aether pull was something like 65-ish. We started at a much lower Aether pull starting point. It's like, actually, it was like 59 something. We started at a much lower Aether pull to showcase that you didn't need to start at a full Aether pull. You didn't have to have 99.99 to try to go for an attempt. Because you get Aether pull along the way. So it lowers that entry point. And we also started with only 20 sustaining potions and 0 potsherds. I put all the potsherds in my storage, and so we started with only 20 sustaining potion. And in that one run attempt, from 1 to 200, we ended up with like 130 sustaining potion at the end of 200. So it also hopefully gave like an example that while farming potions is probably a decent idea, you don't have to spend so much extra time preparing. You can just go in and just try to go for the clear attempt, or just at least go for the learning lesson, like get some progression, instead of spending your time preparing and farming and all that stuff. Just like spend all your time just actually learning the content. Hopefully that is like a takeaway that someone can get from that kind of guide. I sure got myself grabbed in this fight yesterday and nearly died. Might take it slightly more. Dude, Bulligen, I was on Astro, one of my Astro attempts. I had this boss at literally less than 1%. I got grabbed by a zombie. And this is after fighting the boss for like 20 minutes. I get grabbed by a zombie, I panic, I don't know what to do, and then I die. Because I was like, I wasn't expecting to get grabbed. I was running out of time, and I didn't know what to hit, and I just perished right there. The saddest death I've ever had. And it's like so dumb. Like I was being greedy, so I got grabbed by a zombie. Oh well. And I think it was like I had to expend like 3 GCDs to kill the zombie, which was way too many GCDs for I think she was using Dark Mist or something. Get potions from getting progression. Learn to use less potions as you go as part of the learning. Yeah. It's just that idea of like, it's already an arduous journey. You're gonna spend a lot of time in here. Let's just try to make the journey a little bit more streamlined, you know? Do your learning while you're prepping. And then not to mention to show you that it's possible, because of course that's what's most important. I can tell you it's possible, but you gotta see it to believe it. I wouldn't know anything about greed. I definitely didn't go like 2 HP in the 130s doing a landmine play just because you only need 1 HP, so I mean, you know. Did you have food on? Because that's probably the difference too. I got grabbed by a zombie. Darkness went off. I couldn't do anything as my HP ticked down. Yeah, that terror is terrifying, for lack of better words. For sure. Is there a guide or reference on the Bard push for Behemoth? So there's a bit of a new Bard push. I think there's videos, like Ross maybe has one. A bunch of the other community members have done stuff. But the new one involves not having resolution anymore. So that's what I'm gonna look to investigate myself when I get there. But I think a lot of it is not so much in a guide form, it's more just like, here's my video, take a look at it kind of thing. Knowledge for next time, exactly. Alright. Nice and easy to Symphony. I don't have Witchings, but that's on me. 1 down, 1 Serenity, but that's okay. No big deal. Looks like we'll be good for Monday coming up. So as a reminder, Monday, 1 PM Eastern, is when we continue this file, and I am on a 5-hour limit, because after stream I have to do something, which is why we set it at 151, because that's at least 5 hours. So that'll be on Monday, the continuation of that one. Next couple of streams. Tomorrow, 9 PM Eastern, I'll be trying a new game. I'm almost 90% sure I'll be trying this game out, because I got a code for it. It's called He Is Coming. So if you want to see me do some variety, that's tomorrow. Saturday, I usually stream, but I got family stuff, so no streams Saturday. So it'll be Friday, then Monday for the next couple of streams. I do appreciate you guys joining me. I hope you had a good time. We had great talks. This is great. I had a blast on stream, so I hope everyone had a good time. Be sure, park yourself in our Discord. Oh, I don't have the... Wait, did I not do that right? Soul Shoals? Did I do it as Soul Shoals? Oh, I did it. Okay. Join the Discord. If you guys want to park yourself in Discord, especially with Deep Dungeon 4 coming out, and like become active when it hands in, do that. I mean, you don't have to converse. Look at what the guys are talking about. Share your stories, whatever it might be. It's all there, so do what you got to do. That's where a lot of us are, you know, in the basis. And I do hope to see you guys next time. All the guides are there in the YouTube channels and the socials and whatever. So, and if anyone needs to contact me right now, contact me through Twitch at the moment, because my Discord is a little bonkers at the moment. So contact me through Twitch if you need to talk to me, or use the YouTube comments, or just catch me live, whatever works out. So thank you guys. You guys on YouTube, Kaylin, Ghost, everyone else over there. Twitch, thank you guys for being here. On Twitch, I will go find someone to see if I can raid into. Let me see who's up. If I can visit anyone. Wow. We have someone that I haven't seen in a long time, but let me see if anyone's in the directory at the moment. Let's see. yeah, you guys take care as well. It's great having you. I hope everyone has a good time or a good day. Ooh, I got someone. No, that might be too late. Okay, let me see. Wow, the directory is quiet. Do I catch another? Yo, it was so much fun raiding Lady Atlas that other day because she got so excited because they were doing a party deep dungeon, but they got so excited that we raided into them. Kind of see, even if it's a party, if someone's doing deep dungeon, but I am. Well, there's one JP doing deep dungeon, but I can't go there because I don't speak JP, so. Man, I haven't been on this time slot in 14 for a while, and boy, there's a lot more people I don't recognize anymore. On top of the weird Asmin stream, which I don't understand, but I will go over here to a buddy of mine who I like to raid into sometimes. I hope. Oh, are they raiding? Or did they just get raided? Let me see. Oh, they might be ending. Oh man. Okay, hold on. I'll go. You know what? I'll go over here. Okay. We'll stay in the 14th directory for now. I'll go to a buddy who is doing housing, mock tomes and role quests. Okay, this is a gamer who has a wonderful voice. They have a really good singing voice, and they do a lot of stuff. They've been on 14 for a little bit. I haven't visited them in a while, but we'll go over there. Zordon of Doom, good people over there. So at least you get to continue some 14 if needed. Have a good night, guys. Pleasure. Hope to catch you tomorrow for Variety or Monday for the continuation. I'll be on camera Monday because we're going to do our Tokyo Treat sponsored stream as well. So we'll be on camera again on Monday. So see you later. Let's go raid. Oh, actually, if you have my raid message, do that or just say hello. Whatever emote, yeah, just dump it over there. I don't have that set up either, so. Good night.